Debate to be taken what day?
Wednesday the 22nd of April.
Sorry, hang on a minute. We've already got one objection. I object to that. How's that? Sorry.
Wednesday the 22nd of April, Mr. Speaker.
Wednesday the 22nd of April is resumed. The bill relating to the City of London. Objection. Two objections. What reading? Second reading. Permission what day?
Wednesday the 22nd of April, Mr. Speaker.
Wednesday the 22nd of April. We now come to the motion relating to the Royal Albert Bill. The Chairman of West means.
Move formally.
Objection taken. Motion to be taken what day?
Wednesday the 22nd of April, Mr. Speaker.
Wednesday the 22nd of April. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Right. Order. Before we begin today's proceedings, I would like to remind members of the continuing need to follow the conventions and courtesies of the House as we approach the local elections. Members must inform colleagues in advance if they plan to table questions that specifically affect a colleague's constituency or if they intend to visit another member's constituency, except for private purposes. I would also stress that the deputy speakers have no opportunities to raise issues relating to these conventions or wider issues from their constituency in the chamber. So I would urge colleagues to be particularly mindful of any activity in their constituency that might be deemed discourteous. And I don't think will help the member's career in this chamber either. So all colleagues across the House should take care that we treat each other with respect. Right, let us now come to questions. When I can find the page, it'll be even better. We now come to questions for Scotland. Lauren Evans. Pamela Nash, sorry.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, tackling child poverty is fundamental to the work of this Labour government. In December, we published our ambitious and comprehensive UK-wide child poverty strategy. It sets out the steps we're taking to reduce child poverty in the short term, as well as putting in place the building blocks we need to create long-term change across the United Kingdom. On its own, our decision to lift the two-child cap, which came into effect just last week, will benefit 95,000 children in Scotland.
Pamela Nash.
Thank the Secretary of State for that answer, Mr. Speaker. Does he agree with me that the SNP have failed Scotland's children over the last 2 decades, leaving thousands in poverty, including 1 in 4 in my constituency in Motherwell, Wishaw and Carluke? And it's only Labour that will prioritise our children, shown by lifting the two-child cap, which is now benefiting over 13,000 children in Lanarkshire.
Minister.
Well, firstly, on the conduct of the government, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives in government push kids into poverty, Labour in government lifts kids out of poverty. But we would have hoped for a better approach from the Scottish Government. The fact is there are 10,000 kids in Scotland without a home to call their own. And at the same time, the judgment and the challenge that was set by the previous First Minister Nicola Sturgeon was to close the educational attainment gap in Scotland. And of course, education, along with employment, is the best route out of poverty. That gap has got wider rather than narrowed. What a damning indictment of the Scottish Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, obviously I don't agree with the Secretary of State's analysis, but I think we can agree that child poverty and the other challenges which face real people in Scotland should be the focus of this Scottish Parliament election campaign and not independence, which incredibly, Mr. Speaker, the Reform UK candidate in Dumfriesshire voted for. So will the Secretary of State agree with me that anybody in Scotland who doesn't want to see Scotland spend 5 more years in a constitutional cul-de-sac should use their votes wisely to stop an SNP majority?
Mr. Speaker, it's always important for the electorate to use their votes wisely, but the fact is there are two parties that are deeply threatened by Scottish Labour's emergence as the credible alternative to the SNP. And those are, on one hand, the Scottish National Party, and on the other hand, Reform. Their interests, if one thinks about it, are completely aligned in talking Reform up and talking Scottish Labour down. So I certainly hope people act wisely and make sure this Scottish election is about Scotland.
Eric Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 2.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 2 and 5 together. Through our ambitious Pride in Place programmes, we are empowering local people to shape the future of their neighbourhoods. The Pride in Place Impact Fund is investing £12 million across Scotland over 2 years, including £1.5 million in North Ayrshire. And we will invest up to £480 million in 24 Scottish communities over the next decade, including £20 million each for the Irvine and Three Town neighbourhoods in North Ayrshire and the Fauldhouse, Whithurn and Blackburn neighbourhood in West Lothian. This locally led funding can be used to directly support regeneration, high streets and heritage. And best of all, decisions will be made by local people, those who know and love the places the best.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased to say that after a huge amount of hard work put into a Pride in Place application, investment has been successfully allocated to the 3 towns of Ardrossan, Saltcoats and Stevenston in my constituency. Does the Minister agree with me that the £20 million UK Government Pride in Place funding will provide great opportunities for community projects which can improve our town centres and regenerate our shorefront areas?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And first of all, huge congratulations to the honourable friend and her constituents. These 3 towns have tremendous untapped potential, which has been long neglected and underutilised. Our coastal towns are a huge part of our identity on these islands, and I look forward to working with her to champion the pride people rightly feel about living in this beautiful part of Ayrshire.
Gustafson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Years of underinvestment and the loss of major employers once left Whitburn and Blackburn facing deep economic and health inequalities, weakened high streets and people generally feeling left behind. Yet the strength of local organisations and businesses shows great ambition for renewal, with £20 million of Pride in Place funding from this Labour Government. Finally, local people are at the heart of deciding local regeneration. How does the Minister see this programme rebuilding community cohesion and inclusion so people feel valued and that their contribution matters?
Minister.
The communities of Fauldhouse, Blackburn and Whitburn all face long-standing economic challenges. But as my honourable friend rightly says, there is so much pride and passion locally too, of which she is a great champion. Our Pride in Place programme is there to ensure that all local people have a stake and a say, and that they can work together for a future that is truly worthy of their ambitions for the place that they love.
Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I wonder if the Minister shares my disappointment that my constituency of Edinburgh West was the only one in Edinburgh which was not considered for a Pride in Place programme, including areas like Drylaw and Stenhouse, which have particular problems which could have been helped by this programme.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and the honourable member and I have had a chance to discuss this previously, and as I've indicated, these are Labour parties guided by Labour values. We have committed to targeting the funding at the places that need it most, on a double deprivation index in which I'm afraid her constituency simply didn't qualify.
Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Would the Minister accept that Pride in Place in Scotland is to mean anything else elsewhere in the UK? It must include targeted funding for high streets and town centres to turn long-term vacant premises back into productive use.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, this is precisely one of the focuses of the Pride in Place programme. Our high streets have been neglected for far too long and they're the real heart of community pride, and I'm delighted that so many of the Pride in Place bids that have already come forward are focused on exactly that.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Agree, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, the UK Government stands ready to provide the support that is needed for families in response to recent events in the Middle East. The Prime Minister has set out our plan to deal with the immediate impact of the conflict on the cost of living, which includes cutting energy bills by an average of £117 per household, extending the cut in fuel duty until September while closely monitoring prices at the pump, providing £4.6 million for low-income families in Scotland who heat their homes with oil to tackle surging prices, and of course continuing to push for de-escalation in the conflict itself.
Wendy Chamberlain.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Now, I welcome what the Minister has said, but the challenge is that the Government has yet to correct the challenges from the Eco4 scheme, which in North East Fife has simply blighted houses with not only lack of installation, but poor installation of inappropriate heat pumps, etc. Can the Secretary of State advise me when the Government is going to start inspecting these properties and consider a compensation scheme for constituents such as mine?
Secretary of State.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her question? I see one of our designated ministers is here on the front bench with me. Let me write to her on exactly that matter.
Speaker, my constituents in Edinburgh North and Leith welcomed the fall in energy prices at the beginning of this month. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the best way to reduce energy prices in Scotland is by securing our energy independence by progressing the government's clean power mission as quickly as possible, not with more constitutional divide?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes a powerful point. Global instability, including recent events in Iran, have exposed the risk of relying on fossil fuel markets that inevitably the United Kingdom does not control. We are delivering on our work to ensure our energy independence and so to bring down bills for the British people for good. What we absolutely do not need right now is the added distraction of political point scoring at the expense of our national security in what is a dangerous and troubled world.
Andrew Bowie,
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we are very clear. We need to get Britain drilling and unlock the potential of our North Sea, cutting bills, saving Scottish jobs and making us more energy secure. Now, Mr. Speaker, apparently the Scottish Secretary is running the election campaign for the leader of the Scottish Labour Party. So presumably he agrees with him when he said that the balanced approach we need to take is to support our oil and gas sector, which also presumably means he disagrees with the Secretary of State for Energy and the Prime Minister. So tell me, Secretary of State, who is right, the Prime Minister or the leader of the Scottish Labour Party? Because it can't be both.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, the difficulty with the point that the Scottish Conservatives are making is that they are in denial of their record. We lost 70,000 jobs in the North Sea when he was in office. The fact is the challenge for the North Sea did not emerge in July 2024, but in fact reflected the complete absence of a plan by the previous government. The reality is oil and gas will be a central part of our energy mix for many years to come, and this is a government that recognises and understands that.
Stephen Giffins.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State will be aware that Scotland is energy rich, an exporter of electricity and energy, hydrocarbons and renewables. So why are so many Scots struggling to pay amongst the highest bills in Europe?
Mr. Speaker, the economic illiteracy is not limited to the benches of the House of Commons, but extends to the First Minister. Let's take the example of Berwick Bank, the largest offshore wind farm in Europe, paid for in no small measure due to the actions of a UK government. The fact is, when the First Minister and the honourable gentleman make their claims that somehow the affordability of renewables is determined by the Scottish taxpayer, they ignore the contribution being paid by UK bill payers. The reality is the level of investment we've seen in renewables in Scotland is a direct consequence of being part of the UK energy market.
Stephen Giffins.
Speaker, and right there, we're seeing the alignment of Labour and Reform.
That's right.
Because it's Labour's Brexit isolationism that's taken us away from Europe, away from our key markets. So why is it that independent Ireland, European Ireland, has announced $700 million in support package, yet a Scotland that has given $350 billion to the Treasury, yet in heating oil support got £35 per household? So what is it? As the fuel crisis spirals, we see little or no action from the Labour government. Will they turn their back on this alignment and towards the taxpayer?
Mr. Speaker, there they go again, talking up reform. When will the SNP learn that you can be anti-nationalist and not anti-Scottish? The reality is that this was the party that promised a publicly owned energy company almost a decade ago. Maybe when he next gets on his feet, he can tell us, where did that energy company ever go?
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Cancer Research UK's... number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tragically, cancer remains one of the leading causes of death in Scotland, and I want Scots to benefit from the very best research. The National Institute for Health and Care Research works in partnership with the Scottish Government to support and enhance health and social care research across the UK, despite healthcare being devolved. Researchers in Scotland can now apply for funding, which has, for example, allowed the truly outstanding researchers at the University of Dundee to identify a newer, simpler type of mammogram that can reliably show how breast cancer responds to chemotherapy before surgery.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Cancer Research UK's manifesto for cancer research and care in Scotland recommends that the government should increase strategic institutional research and innovation funding investing in and supporting the delivery of a new Scottish Health and Biomedicine Institute to deliver new innovations that will benefit people and the economy of Scotland. What is the Minister doing to support Cancer Research's manifesto?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I commend the honourable member for his ongoing and dogged advocacy on this cause. As you will know, the UK Government is committed to ensuring that there is a partnership approach between the health services of both Scotland and the rest of the UK. And of course, we are focused on making sure that higher education and other forms of innovation are part of our work on cancer.
Good step back. Next, Mr. Speaker. Secretary of State.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll answer questions 6 and 9 together. The UK Government's industrial strategy set out how we will grow our economy by doubling down on our national strengths, despite the global uncertainty we're living through. This includes investing in Scotland's huge contribution to the UK economy. Our free trade agreements with India and the EU will have huge benefits for Scottish businesses. And of course, Scotland will benefit hugely from the defence dividend created by our increased investment in our national security. This is a government backing growth and jobs in Scotland.
Economy, taxpayer money must be used far more strategically. The SNP's ScotZeb3 granted the majority of taxpayer-funded subsidy to Chinese bus manufacturers, again, directly contributing 6 days later to 115 jobs being put at risk in Falkirk. When demand for ZEBs is rising but domestic market share is reducing and Scottish manufacturing jobs are being lost, with the assistance of taxpayer money, something must change. What discussions has the Secretary of State had with Cabinet colleagues to ensure that future taxpayer-funded orders are met by manufacturing workers in Scotland and across the UK?
Mr. Speaker, this is of course an incredibly difficult time for the Alexander Dennis workers and their families, many of whom face an uncertain future through no fault of their own. But this is, alas, yet another example of failure on the part of the Scottish Government. They sent the majority of a £45 million funding pot for zero-emission buses to China, blocking comparative bids to build and invest in Falkirk. Labour mayors have shown what is possible across the rest of the UK, stepping forward with bus orders and backing British manufacturing when it mattered. Not so much an example of being stronger for Scotland, but being stronger for China.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good transport is essential for economic growth, be it ferries for our wonderful islands or rail links for the west coast of Scotland to our airport. After almost 20 years of SNP, Glasgow is in gridlock. Workers worry about getting to work on time, and this holds back business. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that Glasgow needs change, and only Anna Sarwar can get Glasgow moving?
Unsurprisingly, I find myself wholeheartedly in agreement with my honourable friend. Glasgow is, of course, the city of my birth and has been badly neglected on any objective measure by the Scottish Government in recent years. Scottish local authorities have been starved of cash over decades by this SNP-led Scottish Government. They've hoarded powers and resources in Edinburgh at the centre to the detriment of Scotland's local authorities and cities. People make Glasgow and its people deserve a whole lot better.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A strong job and business market is key for economic growth, but Labour's huge rise in national insurance is a direct job tax, and the SNP's huge increase in business rates is a direct tax on our businesses. The Scottish Conservatives have a plan to revitalise our high streets to support jobs and to get businesses investing. Does the Secretary of State agree that his government's decision since coming to power has cost jobs, businesses and investment in Scotland?
Mr. Speaker, before we get to the Conservatives' plan, maybe we could start with the Conservatives' apology. What about the £22 billion black hole left in the public finances by the Conservatives? We're still waiting for the apology.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In our Westminster Hall debate this morning on heating oil support, the Honourable Member for Nahealand and Shear suggested that the Scottish Government should be supporting businesses with energy costs. I agree with him that powers for energy should be totally devolved to the Scottish Government. Does he agree with that?
Mr. Speaker, if the SNP want any guidance on how to deal with energy costs, they could look at the £100 million emergency package announced by Scottish Labour only a few days ago. But I have to express concern. If they are serious about energy, maybe they could tell us what happened to the publicly owned energy company promised so long ago by Nicola Sturgeon, because the Scottish public are still waiting.
Secretary of State Andrew Barr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a long litany of failure, surely the most egregious of all that the Scottish National Party has inflicted on Scotland has been the lack of any discernible growth whatsoever. Indeed, had Scotland's economy grown at the same rate as the rest of the UK's from 2010, Scotland could be up to £10 billion a year richer. At the same time, its benefits bill is set to soar to £9 billion by 2030. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that Scotland needs change?
I certainly agree that Scotland needs change. Whether it's the industrial level waste of the Scottish Government in relation to money, £500 million on ferries. The First Minister went to Stornoway last week. This week, the boat that he travelled on broke down. A third of the CalMac fleet out of commission over Easter. So whether it is their waste of resources, whether it's their failure on public services or their abject failure in economic growth, Scotland needs and deserves change.
Speaker, I couldn't agree more, but change won't come from a weak and feeble Labour Party that over the last 5 years has nodded through and supported every single one of the SNP's madcap schemes, including, though they won't admit it now, the dangerous gender recognition reform stopped by us. The SNP has failed Scotland, but Scotland now has the worst of both worlds. Two economically illiterate socialist governments engage in a staggeringly depressing game of top trumps in a desperate race to the bottom. National insurance, family farm tax, the North Sea, business rates, Labour and the SNP strangling economic growth in
Mr. Speaker, the last time I checked, it was actually Scottish Conservative votes in Holyrood that sustained Alex Salmond's government in power. So we're not going to take any lectures from that party about somehow being the SNP's little helpers. The reality is Reform are the SNP's little helpers in this election, and after the comments last night, it's pretty clear the SNP are Reform's little helpers too.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Susan Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The SNP are willing to support the Chinese economy in buying buses from China that raise serious security concerns. But when it comes to supporting defence jobs at a British-owned Rolls-Royce site in Glasgow, they pulled the funding. Does the Minister agree with me that the SNP are failing Scotland both on jobs and on security?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that question. It tells you everything you need to know about the base politics of the SNP, that they suggest that if you are pro-national security, you're somehow anti-Scottish. That helps explain why they weren't willing to fund the Welding Centre on the Clyde, delivering hundreds of apprenticeships and secure jobs for decades to come. It explains why they are weak on our own defence, supporting unilateral nuclear disarmament, notwithstanding the arrival of Vladimir Putin's ambitions on the international stage. If Scotland wants to benefit from being part of a strong and secure United Kingdom, I hope we will decisively reject the SNP on May the 7th.
Rebecca Paul.
Question number 7, Mr. Speaker.
Needs a minister first.
There we are. I got there in the end. Mr. Speaker, last month, alongside the Chancellor, I met oil and gas industry leaders to discuss the impact of geopolitical volatility on energy prices. The Chancellor reaffirmed her commitment to backing Britain's oil and gas industry, recognising its pivotal role in supporting growth and jobs, especially in Scotland. The Chancellor has been clear that she wants the Energy Profits Levy to come to an end, but the crisis in the Middle East has had real-time consequences on oil and gas prices, as we can all see, and it is right that we respond to this robustly.
Rebecca Paul. When we go through.
I thank the Secretary of State for that answer. And I welcome the warm welcome. Lovely. The oil and gas sector is a vital industry, not just in Scotland, but for the whole of the UK. Does the Secretary of State share the disappointment of this side of the House that the Chancellor deterred a reported £17.5 billion of private investment into the oil and gas sector by choosing to retain the Energy Profits Levy last month? Money that would have supported thousands of Scottish jobs, delivering growth and energy security for the UK.
Mr. Speaker, I'd respectfully point out it was actually the Conservative government who introduced EPL. Why did they introduce EPL? To deal with excess profits generated by a geopolitical crisis. What we are living through at the moment in the conflict in the Middle East makes the case for dealing with excess profits from some of the largest energy companies in the world.
Melody Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ExxonMobil plant at Mossmoran in my constituency has now ceased production after the company said last year that they'd not made a profit for 5 years. News that our UK Labour government has made £9 million available to support the affected workforce and find a future for the site has been warmly welcomed by my constituents, especially in Cowdenbeath. Does the Secretary of State agree that it's in the interest of the people of Fife for the Scottish and UK governments to work together to utilise all available funding and find a viable future that brings jobs back to the site?
Mr. Speaker, firstly, can I pay generous tribute to the tireless efforts of the Honourable Lady on behalf of her constituents in relation to the challenge faced by the Mossmoran workforce. She has been a powerful and consistent advocate for the workforce and the changes that we needed to see. That's why I'm proud that the UK Government has been actively marketing the site to potential investors and stands ready, as she says, to invest up to £9 million to secure a successful future for the site and to support the local economy.
I'm just sorry we didn't get to John Lamont's question. He's 50 today and I believe his parents are watching it. We now come to Prime Minister's questions. Lauren Edwards.
Question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Southport inquiry report is truly harrowing, and I cannot imagine the pain that it will cause the families of all those affected. We will make the changes needed to honour the victims, the injured and the families, and our thoughts remain with the loved ones of Elsie, Bibi and Alice, and all of those impacted. Mr. Speaker, today marks 37 years since the Hillsborough disaster, when 97 men, women and children went to a football match and never returned. My promise remains, working with families, we will deliver a Hillsborough law to end the injustice that they have suffered and ensure the state will always act for the people that it serves. This morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister was right to resist us being drawn into an ill-conceived war in the Middle East with apparently no clear plan for how it may end. And despite the welcome cost of living support he referenced in his statement on Monday, we are all rightly angry that our constituents will feel the impact of this war in their pockets and in their daily lives. Can he outline what steps he is taking both to support our armed forces and to plan for all future contingencies? We all hope for a swift resolution and progress at the summit later this week, but must be prepared for all potential scenarios.
Prime Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend, the Royal Engineers in her constituency, and all those serving our country at home and abroad. We're proud to be investing a record £9 billion to deliver quality homes that they deserve. We're turning around army recruitment after the party opposite missed targets for 14 years. But the foremost responsibility to our armed forces are the decisions we take on military actions. My principles are clear. That's a sharp contrast to the Leader of the Opposition, who wanted to jump into the war with both feet without thinking through the consequences.
Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Bailey.
Mr. Speaker, that was a very interesting answer from the Prime Minister. Lord Robertson, who authored the government's Strategic Defence Review, has said the Prime Minister has a corrosive complacency when it comes to defence. Why did he say that?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying I respect Lord Robertson, and I thank him again. I thank him again for carrying out the strategic review. My responsibility is to keep the British people safe, and that is a duty I take seriously. That is why I don't agree with his comments. Last February, that was 7 months after taking office, I took the decision to increase defence spending from 2.3 to 2.6%, paid for by a difficult decision on overseas aid. Last June, at the NATO summit, I committed to raising core defence spending to 3.5%. Last November, Mr. Speaker, the budget committed record funding to defence. I reaffirm those commitments now. The Strategic Defence Review is a 10-year blueprint for national security. The Defence Investment Plan will put that into effect. It will be published as soon as possible. We need to get it right. We inherited plans that were uncosted and undeliverable, and we're not going to repeat those mistakes.
Mr. Speaker, he says he doesn't agree with Lord Robertson. Lord Robertson is a former Labour Defence Secretary, a former NATO Secretary General. He also said, and I quote, "We are underprepared, we are underinsured, we are under attack." He said...
Order. Sorry? I don't think it looks good, shouting somebody down at the dispatch box.
Mr. Speaker, Lord Robertson's criticisms were of the Prime Minister, and he said Britain's national security is in peril. Our armed forces are at the end of their tether, waiting for this government to fund the Strategic Defence Review. There are still 2 weeks of the parliamentary session left, so why won't the Prime Minister publish the Defence Investment Plan before then?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I remind the House that we've put in place the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. Mr. Speaker, let me spell that out. That means we're spending £270 billion over this Parliament. That's £5 billion more this year, with defence funding increasing every year. These are record amounts, Mr. Speaker, decisions of a Labour Prime Minister, a Labour Chancellor and a Labour government. And what a contrast. When they came into office, defence spending was 2.5%. When they left, it was 2.3%. When they came into office, the army was 100,000. When they left office, 72,000. They cut frigates and destroyers by 25%. They cut mine hunters by 50%. She said at the weekend, our defence is the weakest for 400 years. That is what they left behind.
Mr. Speaker, he's talking about the biggest sustained increase. Talking about an increase is not the same as giving an increase. The military and the defence industry want to hear about what he's going to do, not him prosecuting past governments. He promised the Defence Investment Plan would be published last autumn. I asked him at PMQs 6 weeks ago when it would be published. He had no idea. It is now the middle of April. What's the hold-up?
Mr. Speaker, I've set out my position. The Defence Investment Plan is the first line-by-line review of defence budgets for 18 years. She talks about talking. If you're going to support and make your country safe, you have to get the right calls on the big issues. She called for us to jump into the war. They can pretend otherwise. I remember walking in, standing here for the first time, saying we would not get drawn into the war, we would not join the offensive, and they all shouted, shame. They remember it. I remember it. They're just embarrassed by it now. A week later, when she realised she'd made a massive error of judgment, she attempted the mother of all U-turns. That didn't work. So this weekend, she said, when I said we should jump into the war, she said this weekend, Mr. Speaker, that what she meant, she was talking about verbal support.
Prime Minister, it's Prime Minister's questions. We've got to concentrate.
Just answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister loves to misrepresent my position on Iran. He does. He loves to misrepresent it. Let's stop talking about what I didn't say. Let's start talking about what he isn't doing. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that on Monday, I offered to work with the Prime Minister to identify the welfare savings we need. What did he say? No thanks. Now that Lord Robertson has said, and I quote, "We cannot defend Britain with an ever-expanding welfare budget," will the Prime Minister think again and work with us to find savings to fund defence?
Prime Minister. Minister.
She was clear in what she was saying. She said we should give verbal support. I suppose that's standing on the side and saying, get in there, good luck, mate, you've got this. Mr. Speaker, that is her approach. We are reforming welfare and spending more on defence. They did neither. The welfare bill rose by £88 billion on their watch. It soared by £33 billion under the shadow Chancellor's watch. We're fixing it. What did they do? They voted against it. They voted to keep the broken system. So taking advice from the party opposite on reforming welfare and defence spending is like asking Liz Truss how to keep your mortgage down.
This is so poor from the Prime Minister. This is Labour MPs are laughing. Labour MPs are laughing, Mr. Speaker. This is a moment of profound national seriousness. And what are they doing? They're promoting sex toys in Parliament. That's what they're doing. Mr. Speaker, it gives a whole new meaning to fiddling while Rome burns. Mr. Speaker, it is being... That's what they're doing, Mr. Speaker. Let's get back to the issue of the Defence Investment Plan and defence spending. It is being reported that the Treasury is asking the MOD to make £3.5 billion worth of cuts this year. He won't fund our military because he wants to fund more welfare. That's why he has a welfare plan to 2031, but no defence investment plan at all. Now that the Chagos surrender deal is dead, will the Prime Minister put the billions saved from ditching Chagos into defence, or is that going into welfare as well?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are spending more on defence. Record amounts on defence. £270 billion in this Parliament, £5 billion extra. And she talks about the Chancellor. It's because of the decisions of this Chancellor we've got the biggest boost to defence spending since the Cold War. We've also got the biggest pay rise for our armed forces for over 20 years. We've also got the biggest investment in military housing for over half a century. What did they do at the budget? They voted against all of that.
That sounds like he doesn't want to spend the Chagos money on defence. Well, Mr. Speaker, Labour MPs will know Lord Robertson, a former Defence Secretary, a former NATO Secretary General. He is Labour through and through. They all need to think about why he stuck his head above the parapet. I went through the Strategic Defence Review with Lord Robertson last year. The Lib Dems and Reform refused to meet him. No other party is taking this seriously. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Prime Minister a very specific question. In January 2024, Conservatives approved an upgrade of destroyers like HMS Dragon so they can better intercept ballistic missiles. In July 2024, the Prime Minister paused that plan. Will he immediately approve and fund that critical upgrade now?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Dragon was commissioned by a Labour government, as it happened. But she stands there and says, please forget the fact that we hollowed out the armed forces. Please clear up our mess. I went to the Gulf last week and thanked our armed forces for protecting British lives. She said we should have jumped into the war without thinking about the consequences. Then said, oh no, we shouldn't be in the war the next week. Now she says, what I meant was we should give verbal support.
Order. The front bench, I expect them to be quiet here. I also expect it, but it's the same people. I suspect next week you won't be in for PMQs if it carries on. Prime Minister.
In addition to saying her position is we should just say to Americans, get in there, she insulted our armed forces, Mr. Speaker, saying they were just hanging around. These were pilots who, within 2 hours of this conflict, were up, risking their lives, taking missiles out of the sky, and she insulted them. And she's never apologised for that. She said a few weeks ago that serious times call for serious people. She is not one of them.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister said, 37 years today, 97 innocent children, women and men went to a football match and were unlawfully killed at the hands of a corrupt state. I was at Hillsborough and I was one of the lucky ones who survived and walked away. As parliamentary lead to the Hillsborough law, I stand here with a huge sense of obligation to the 97, all the families, including my constituent Debbie Matthews, every survivor and every victim of a state cover-up, who were all part of this collective campaign. There are signs of progress after last night's government concessions, but we've heard this before. Prime Minister, this is your responsibility. It is within your power to take control of this process and make good on your promise to deliver this legislation. So will you commit today to ruling out any carve-out for security services and finally delivering a full Hillsborough law worthy of the name, or will they be failed by the state once again?
Prime Minister.
Well, I know, as my honourable friend has just said, that he himself was at Hillsborough. And can I thank him for his decades of campaigning for justice. I am personally committed to working with the families to get this bill right. It is integral that their views are heard. We're discussing this precise issue with the families, and we'll make sure that he is fully updated. I reaffirm my commitment to delivering the legislation, to ensuring the duty of candour applies to all public servants.
Sir David, Leader of the Liberal Democrat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I echo the words of the Prime Minister about the Southport inquiry and also the 37th anniversary of the Hillsborough tragedy? Our thoughts are with all the families affected and the survivors, and I hope he will deliver on the Hillsborough law. Today, Mr. Speaker, also marks the 3rd anniversary of the start of the devastating civil war in Sudan. I hope he will recommit to real action in the face of the world's greatest humanitarian catastrophe. Mr. Speaker, in a phone call with Sky News last night, President Trump has threatened to rip up his trade deal with the UK as punishment for us not joining his idiotic war in Iran. Mr. Speaker, this must be the last straw. Surely the Prime Minister can't send our King to meet a man who treats our country like a mafia boss running a protection racket.
Minister.
Can I join him in his comments about Sudan? We often overlook the fact this is the greatest humanitarian crisis facing the world at the moment. My position on the Iran war has been clear from the start. We're not going to get dragged into this war. It is not our war. And a lot of pressure has been applied to me to take a different course. And that pressure included what happened last night. I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going to yield. It is not in our national interest to join this war, and we will not do so. I know where I stand. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the King's visit, the purpose of the visit is to mark the 250th anniversary of relations and independence, obviously, of the US. The monarchy is an important reminder of the long-standing bonds and enduring relationship between our two countries, which are far greater than anyone who occupies any particular office at any particular time.
Sir Ed Davey.
Mr. Speaker, President Trump is one of the most unpredictable people we have seen on the world stage, and I hope he does not embarrass our monarch. But moving on, Mr. Speaker, last year the Prime Minister claimed he'd done some special deal, so Brits will be able to sail through e-gates at EU airports. But that's not the experience of families returning from holiday this week. Long queues at borders and passport controls are the latest symbol of the Brexit disaster. But they're also a symbol of this government's failure to repair that damage. So will the Prime Minister apologise for misleading British travellers? And can he tell them when they will be able to sail through passport control?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've made it very clear that I think our national interest lies in closer relationship with the EU on defence, security, energy and the economy. And I was very pleased that at last year's summit we did negotiate an agreement on e-gates, and we're pushing hard on that. We have another summit this year where I intend not just to make good on what we've already agreed, but to go closer to the EU in the relations that we have.
Joe White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was promised Prime Minister questions, a meeting with the Prime Minister for myself and Arsenal hero Michael Thomas. We are still waiting, and I cannot back down. Not just have working-class footballers and others lost hundreds of millions to financial mis-selling, but the V11 group is still being pursued by HMRC for tax on money that they have never had. The Post Office and other injustices have been actioned. Why not the V11?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank her for her dedicated campaigning on this really important issue? I have met Michael Thomas and heard his experiences, and I share her concern about young, predominantly working-class people being exploited. I do want to make progress as quickly as possible. I've asked the Chief Secretary to meet the V11 group on what further steps the government can take to support these affected, and I'll make sure that that's reported back to her so she's fully updated on what's going on.
Saoirse Eastwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, people voted for change. But what have they got? More of the same.
Yep.
But it hasn't been them that have let down their end of the bargain. My constituents are working themselves to the bone. And let's be absolutely clear, they are working and still having to claim benefits. There's not a single section of society, whether it's farmers, care workers, students, you name it, they have been let down. And I don't want that to be the case. We need to show that this House works for them, because actors will step into that space. People would love nothing more than our democracy to be toppled, because we cannot show our people a better way of life. We used to say to people, if you work hard, you get on in life. That hasn't been the case for years. Will this government now change economic and fiscal course and deliver for people in the worst cost of living crisis?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, wages are going up higher in the first year of this Labour government they did in the 10 years of the party opposite being in power. We've taken the decision at the budget to cut energy bills across the country. I was in Northern Ireland, as she knows, just a few weeks ago, and making the announcement about heating oil, which is obviously of huge concern in Northern Ireland, hearing what people had to say, putting in place £53 million. The authorities in Northern Ireland will administer that, but we're looking more widely at what we can do.
Jodie Golfley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under this government, George Eliot Hospital in my constituency is thriving, rapidly soaring up league tables, ending corridor care, and now welcome an expansion to our community diagnostic centre with a new breast cancer diagnosis unit. Yet the same staff delivering this life-saving care for Nuneaton are suffering horrific abuse, much of which appears to be racially motivated. The staff I've met believe that right-wing marchers who don't even live in my town doing Nazi salutes on our high street are fanning the flames of hatred towards their colleagues. Will the Prime Minister join me in condemning acts of violence against the dedicated staff at George Eliot and join me in celebrating their achievements, possibly with a visit to our CDC to see their excellent work and show their deep gratitude for their service and resilience?
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Violence against our NHS staff is despicable, and we're introducing a new offence to protect emergency workers from harassment. In terms of the congratulations, can I thank all our hard work of our NHS staff who've delivered 5 million extra appointments in our first year in government. Mr. Speaker, we're going further. This week we've announced 36 new and expanded community diagnostic centres across the country, including expanded services in Nuneaton. That's the difference a Labour government makes.
Gregory Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prime Minister, there is severe hardship being experienced by businesses, consumers and families right across the United Kingdom. Not just normal cost of living costs, but fuel costs are exceptionally high and getting higher. There are protests being organised as we speak for next week. Prime Minister, we need action delivered as quickly as possible in order to ensure that these protests don't escalate out of control and people see that politics matters, governments listen and take action rather than just offer words.
Can I thank him for his question? I know that his constituents and all of those in Northern Ireland are concerned about the impact that the war in Iran is having on them. I was in Northern Ireland just a few weeks ago where I spoke directly to party leaders and we announced what we're doing in that regard on heating oil. Obviously, fuel duty is frozen until September. Energy bills have been reduced. And we've also made it clear that we wouldn't tolerate profiteering or unfair practices, which was a particular concern raised with me when I was over in Northern Ireland. The most important thing we can do is to de-escalate the conflict and get the Straits of Hormuz open, and that's why I'm co-hosting the summit on Friday in order to make progress on both those fronts.
Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank the Prime Minister firstly for his words earlier in relation to the horrific attack in my constituency, and also for the work that the government is now doing as a result. The families affected do not want their lives to be defined by the attack, and we must not allow my great town to be defined by it either. That's why I'm asking for the Prime Minister's help to ensure that my town's best days lie ahead of it. My council is helping to bring empty town centre properties back into residential use. It's a much-needed corrective after years of decline and neglect from the previous government. But more needs to be done. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that our town centres need place-based funding, and will he back me in my bid for Southport to be included in the next round of Pride in Place support?
Prime Minister.
Can I just say, having sat with him and the families of those impacted in Southport, in his constituency a number of times, can I just thank him for everything that he did and is continuing to do in response to that awful attack. And can I agree with him wholeheartedly that Southport cannot be defined by what happened in that awful, tragic incident. And therefore he is right to have the pride that he does have in his community. I'm delighted we're investing in reopening the iconic Southport Pier. We're investing, Mr Speaker, £5.8 billion through our Pride in Place Fund to cut power and resources and put them into the hands of nearly 300 communities. And only a Labour government will deliver this kind of change.
Ms Cocking.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Welfare spending is set to rise by another £70 billion by 2030. And the last time I asked the Prime Minister about this, he said he was mending the system. Well, since then, Mr Speaker, this disastrous Labour government have raised taxes on working people to give even more to those who don't. The people I speak to across Broxbourne think that this Labour government are taking them for mugs. So what does the Prime Minister say to working people across this United Kingdom who are being asked to pay more and are getting less?
I'll tell them they were let down very badly by the last government for 14 years, and we're clearing up the mess.
Julie Binns.
Mr Speaker, in the last week alone, 2 Scottish pensioners have been hospitalised following a collision with an illegal e-bike, and a 10-year-old boy in Grimsby was injured by another. The new Product and Regulation and Metrology Act gives government the power to define these bikes as unsafe and ban them from sale. Will the Prime Minister reassure my Carlisle constituents that the government will use these new powers to rid our streets of the menace of illegal e-bikes?
My honourable friend is a tenacious campaigner on this issue, and I thank her for that. We launched a major programme of reform of the UK's product safety regulation. This will help tackle unsafe products being sold online, including non-compliant e-bikes and the batteries that power them. Mr Speaker, we're also giving the police new powers to take unsafe e-bikes off the roads and destroy them without issuing a warning beforehand.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yates Station is at the heart of the town's industrial area and can be a gateway to the eastern end of the Western Innovation Arc. Local rail users tell me they want it improved. Businesses stress its importance for attracting a workforce, and in the wake of local manufacturing job losses, its redevelopment could be a catalyst for wider regeneration. There are already proposals in the town's master plan, so will the Prime Minister back jobs growth by supporting the redevelopment of Yates Station?
Prime Minister. I can thank the honourable member. We're providing the West of England Combined Authority with over £750 million to invest in their priorities. That could include improving services and station facilities at Yate, and I know she'll make her voice heard in relation to that. I'm pleased construction is already underway at new stations at Charfield and North Filton. We've upgraded the Filton Bank line as well, enabling more frequent, reliable services in the region.
Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I first thank the nurses, the doctors, the radiographers and the receptionists who were not on strike when I tripped and broke my wrist last week. Now, after years of neglect, Labour is rebuilding our NHS, including the West Suffolk Hospital at Bury St Edmunds and the new dental school at the UEA. Now, does the Prime Minister share my genuine alarm, as a surgeon who's worked at the front line for more than 40 years, that the vague social insurance proposals of some of our opponents would be the end of our NHS? and seriously threaten the health and well-being of millions of our fellow citizens.
Prime Minister.
Can I wish him a speedy recovery? He obviously speaks with great authority and experience on our NHS, and he's right to point out that waiting lists at the lowest for 3 years, A&E waiting times are the best for 4 years, and ambulance response times are faster for 5 years. That's because of the investment that we put in and they opposed. But I wonder how much my honourable friend would have been charged if he had arrived at a reform hospital under an insurance-based scheme. That would turn the clock back. The NHS is on the road to recovery. Don't risk it with reform.
Nicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating Dorset Wildlife Trust and the people of Dorset for their incredible efforts to secure Upton Heath for nature after part of this internationally designated site was put up for sale after decades-old planning consent was being used for mineral extraction? We've worked round the clock to raise hundreds of thousands secured just last night to buy the site. But the value was inflated by this permission from the 1950s, which should never have applied to a site of special scientific interest. Will the Prime Minister demonstrate his government's commitment to nature by committing to legislate to extinguish historic planning consents without compensation on sites that achieve international environmental designation?
Minister.
Can I thank the honourable member, and relevant ministers are happy to discuss with her the specific site that she mentions at greater depth, and reassure her we're committed to protecting our countryside. Our land use framework balances restoring nature with meeting demands of homes and energy. We've just announced £60 million. That's a record amount to support nature and threatened species.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm greatly welcome the government's announcement to open up a youth hub in Luton to help bring together jobs, skills and wellbeing support in one place. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that after years of neglect under the previous Conservative government, it's this Labour government that's investing in the future of our young people?
Can I start by congratulating Luton Town on winning at Wembley? Coached, of course, by Jack Wilshere, a great ex-Arsenal star. I'm delighted her constituency is benefiting from a new youth hub, one of the 80 additional hubs that we're launching across the country. That stark contrast to what we inherited. Over 1,000 youth centres were closed under the Tories. Spending on youth services was slashed by 73%. Labour's bringing youth clubs back, and we're proud to do so, building a better future for our young people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 25 years on Prince's Risborough High Street, retailer Cado have said they are closing, citing hikes in business rates and the increases on taxation on employing people amongst their reasons. A few yards up on Duke Street, Salon 24 Hair, for the first time in 21 years, cannot afford to take on a new apprentice. How many more businesses need to close, jobs be lost, and apprenticeship opportunities trashed need to happen before this Prime Minister understands that the practical outturn of his policies aren't working?
Well, I'm concerned to hear of those examples. We have put in place support for small businesses, and I'll make sure that's available to him to pass on to his constituents.
Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow night I will be hosting a public meeting about the chronically delayed Burntwood Health Centre. For over a decade, well over a decade, people in my town have been let down by the lack of this replacement facility. We thought there might be light at the end of the tunnel when we were promised it by the end of 2025, but the end of last year came and went, no health centre and not even a planning permission. Will the Prime Minister agree with me that the County Council, now led by Reform, have promised a new health centre to the people of Burntwood, and they must make sure that there are no more broken promises to my constituents?
Prime Minister. Well, he's a great champion for his constituents, and it's shocking that they've been waiting over a decade for this practice. I agree with him, but sadly, Reform's leadership in Staffordshire is an absolute mess. They've had three leaders in 3 months. One of them forced to step down for appalling racist comments, and they're simply not getting on with the job. He's obviously proud of that. All you can count on for Reform is chaos and division.
Final question, David Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, my constituents suffered the closure of the urgent care centre at Mount Vernon Hospital. And this year they face the loss of the cancer centre as well, leaving my most vulnerable constituents with long and difficult journeys to access life-saving and life-sustaining treatment. So will he encourage his Health Secretary to join in the U-turns and guarantee the future of Mount Vernon Hospital?
I don't know the particular details of his hospital, but I will make sure that they're looked into. We have put record investment into the NHS, but now he's raised that, I will make sure we look specifically into the case that he's raised here in this House.
Let the front benches change over. Right, we now come to the urgent question. Mark Francois.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for granting this urgent question. To ask the Secretary of State for Defence if he will make a statement on his plans to fund the recommendations of the Strategic Defence Review, the SDR.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are in a new era of threat and demands on defence are rising. The Strategic Defence Review sets out a vision to make Britain safer, secure at home and strong abroad. The Government has accepted all 62 recommendations that the review made, and its implementation has been delivered through a whole of UK Government effort. The DIP will deliver on the vision of the Strategic Defence Review and put right a programme that we inherited from the Conservatives that was overcommitted, underfunded and unsuited to the threats we face. It's a 10-year plan and we must get it right. But we're not waiting on the DIP to deliver. We've established the Defence Cyber and Electromagnetic Command. We've launched military intelligence services and Defence Counterintelligence Unit, announced that the UK will purchase 12 new F-35A jets, and launched the UK Defence Innovation to streamline our innovation with a £400 million ring-fence budget. But this Labour government has done more. We've reasserted Britain's place in the world with the rebooted Lancaster House Treaty with France, signed the Lunar House Treaty with Norway and published the Defence Diplomacy Strategy. We've brought back defence exports into the MOD, with 2025 being the highest year of defence exports in 40 years, including landmark deals with Norway and Turkey. We've published the Defence Industrial Strategy with nearly £800 million to make defence an engine for growth in every corner of the United Kingdom, and we've unveiled the groundbreaking Atlantic Bastion programme to make Britain more secure from Russian undersea threats in the North Atlantic. And we've reversed that Tory privatisation that failed our armed forces, with our forces living in appalling accommodation. That's 40,000 forces families with a £9 billion programme that we can do upgrade 9 in 10 defence houses. This is a Labour government delivering for Britain and delivering for defence.
Mark Francois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour's Strategic Defence Review had 3 co-authors. I'd like to ask the Minister a question about each of them in turn. Does he agree with Dr. Fiona Hill that there is a bizarre lack of urgency in government defence planning? Does he agree with General Sir Richard Barrons, a co-author of the SDR, that there is an enormous gap between where we have to be to keep the country safe and where we actually are? Or does he agree with Lord Robertson, lead author of the SDR, former Labour Defence Secretary and distinguished former NATO Secretary-General, that the Prime Minister has shown a corrosive complacency towards defence? All of these strong words have been spoken in the past 48 hours. This is no coincidence. The authors obviously understand the principles of combined arms manoeuvre. The truth is, Labour's rhetoric on defence simply does not match the financial reality. We know that in the last financial year, the MOD was forced to make £2.6 billion of crippling in-year cuts. It's now been reported that in this financial year, they're being asked to find a further £3.5 billion on top. That would be catastrophic for our armed forces. Can the Minister categorically assure the House there will be no in-year savings exercise this year? Finally, Labour's SDR published last June promised us a comprehensive 10-year defence investment plan, which is still nowhere to be seen. One Labour peer told me prior to Easter that waiting for the dip was like waiting for Godot, except that Godot finally turned up. So can the Minister now tell the House in what month and what year Labour's much vaunted defence investment plan is actually going to be published? Or is Labour's Chancellor, who is adamantly refusing to sign it, still going to hold our armed forces to ransom? Isn't that why our Prime Minister, who resolutely refuses to overrule her, is all mouth and no trousers on defence?
Minister.
I see the armchair general is out in full force today. Deary me. Mr. Speaker, let me personally place on record again my thanks to Richard Barrons, George Robertson and Fiona Hill for the superb work they did in authoring the Strategic Defence Review. They know, more than many, the mess that his government left defence, hollowed out and underfunded defences. That's not my words, that's the words of a Tory Defence Secretary from this dispatch box admitting the failures they made with our armed forces. But look, in our first year, Labour has boosted defence spending by over £5 billion. We are now spending more on defence this year than any year under the previous Conservative government. Any year under the previous Conservative government. We will hit 2.6% in 2027, 3% in the next Parliament, and 3.5% in 2035. That's a level not seen under any one of the 14 years that him and his colleagues were in government. But let's compare to the party's record opposite. In their first 5 years of government, they cut defence spending by £12 billion. They did long-term damage to our military. They cut our number of warships by 25%, mine-hunting ships by half. They delayed the renewal of our nuclear deterrent. In the 14 years, they never hit once the 2.5% of GDP that we left them when we were last in power. And they cut troop numbers to the lowest level since Napoleon and drove down military morale with low pay and appalling military housing. We are working flat out to deliver the dip, and we will publish it when it is ready. But, Mr. Speaker, we are doing something that was never done under the Tories. We are doing a line-by-line review of defence budgets, publishing not just an equipment plan, but on housing, on personnel, on infrastructure, all in one. This is a Labour government that is delivering for defence.
Tom Singh, Deputy Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sobering is the public intervention by Lord Robertson, the former Defence Secretary and the former NATO Secretary General, and that a man of his stature to make that assessment, I think, just shows the seriousness and the gravity of the situation. And indeed, he was the person who was tasked up by the government to head up the Strategic Defence Review. And his comments align with what the Defence Committee has been highlighting for several months now, that we are ill-prepared to face the threats that we as a nation currently are facing in a more volatile world. And that is why the government's rhetoric must align with reality, and we must ensure that we get to that 3% GDP spend on defence in this Parliament. We cannot afford to kick the can down the road to the next Parliament. Now, Minister, with regards to what the Prime Minister told me when he appeared in front of the Liaison Committee, he said that the Defence Investment Plan was on his desk and that it would be delivered very soon. Now, any further delay to the dip would cause further damage to our defence industrial base, not to mention send the wrong signal to our allies and adversaries. So, could the Minister please confirm when will that Defence Investment Plan finally be published?
Minister.
Can I thank my more friend for his questions? He does a superb job on the House of Commons Defence Select Committee, and he is right to be asking questions of defence. It is precisely because I share many of his views that we commissioned the Strategic Defence Review in the first place, why we adopted all 62 recommendations that recommended moving our nation's military to war-fighting readiness, ending the hollowing out and underfunding that we inherited from the party opposite. That's why there's £5 billion extra in our defence budget this year already. His government cut defence when they had their first budget. We increased defence funding. That's the difference between our two parties here. But look, we're not waiting for the Defence Investment Plan, and I entirely understand the seriousness in which the House of Commons Defence Select Committee Chair raises these issues. We're announcing defence contracts. Not a day goes by without me signing off a new one. Indeed, this morning, Mr Speaker, I was in Andover announcing the £879 million contract for maintenance of our Apache helicopters and our Chinook helicopters with Boeing, a 1,200-job contract that supports our efforts to make defence an engine for growth and give our fighting forces the very best equipment they can have.
James McCleary, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It seems like every day a fresh revelation about the parlous state of our military spending comes to light. After yesterday's intervention from Lord Robertson, today reports that the Chancellor is unwilling to put any more than an extra £10 billion into defence over the next 4 years, and that the Ministry of Defence is seeking £3.5 billion in cuts. Just this morning, I met with a major defence prime who outlined again how the government's failure to publish the Defence Investment Plan is undermining investment in security in this country. Unpublished plans won't keep this country safe. As Trump tears up the global order and Putin continues to brutalise Ukraine, the government can no longer delay. So will the Minister immediately take forward Liberal Democrat plans for a £20 billion defence bonds programme, enabling a rapid cash injection into capital-intensive projects outlined in the SDR? And with even the Conservatives' leader now belatedly backing our call for cross-party talks, will the government finally stop dragging its feet and convene these as a priority to create consensus on how to reach 3% of GDP spending on defence?
Well, can I thank him for his questions? Having been robust with the Conservatives opposite for the record that they left, it's worth also noting that when the Liberal Democrats were last in power, the Lib Dems cut defence spending as well, despite the invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2014. So I understand the seriousness he's coming from, but I would hope he'd have some humility about his own record as well. He's absolutely right, though, that we need to increase defence spending, and that's exactly what we are doing. We'll hit 2.5% of GDP on core defence spending in April 2027, 3% in the next Parliament, 3.5% the NATO standard in 2035. But we're not waiting for the dip to get those contracts announced. Only a month ago, I announced a £1 billion helicopter deal in Yeovil with Leonardo, and I recognise the honourable gentleman for Yeovil sitting behind him here, supporting the jobs in Yeovil and across the supply chain, improving on a deal that we inherited from the Conservatives that did not have a sufficient level of UK content in the helicopter exports, did not have a security guarantee that guarantees autonomy to be based in Yeovil, and did not have Yeovil as a centre for helicopter exports. That is Labour delivering, and indeed, I think, making his Lib Dem colleague quite happy in the process.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I genuinely respect my friend, the Shadow Minister, but seriously, the hollowing out of our defence was forged and cemented by his party's time in government. Our safety is the primary responsibility of any government, and more must be spent on our defence. However, this should not come at the expense of those pensioners and people with disabilities receiving welfare. There are always other ways. Scrap digital ID, look at some of our net zero policies, rethink some of the fiscal rules. Can I simply ask the Minister to confirm that all future funding options are being seriously considered?
Minister.
Well, can I thank my friend for her question? She's absolutely right that we need to increase defence spending, and that's exactly what this government is doing. We have £5 billion extra in our budget this year, which we're using to address the hollowing out and underfunding of our armed forces that we inherited. We've used part of it to give our armed forces the biggest pay rise in 20 years, which is helping address the below inflation pay rises, if you can call them that was introduced by the government when the party opposite when they are in government. But I recognise the case that my honourable friend is making around the importance of defence spending, and that is one that I would encourage colleagues to still have, because we do need to increase defence spending. We are increasing defence spending, and a national conversation about the threats we face and how we match those threats with increased capability is one that I welcome, and indeed it was a recommendation in the SDR precisely to have that debate.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On the 6th of March, the Minister kindly allowed the Defence Select Committee into the Ministry of Defence for a secret briefing. And obviously I would never refer to what we received in that briefing. But I do believe it is telling that the Labour-dominated Defence Committee later that day insisted on issuing a statement that we should go to 3% of GDP within this Parliament. That is this party's policy. It is the Liberal Democrat Party's policy. It's the Defence Committee's recommendation. And will he answer us now, very clearly, why he is resisting it?
Yes. Well, can I thank him? And it's a marked change in our approach as the Ministry of Defence between governments that we want to do more with the Defence Select Committee, bringing them in even more to decision-making and understanding the situations, including providing secret briefings, which previously might not have been available in the number that we're now providing. I want to continue doing that, so I appreciate what he has to say. I recognise the case for increased defence spending. That's especially true, I'm glad he is saying so, when his party hollowed out and underfunded our forces for 14 years. I entirely understand that he is having a change of heart about his party's record in government, wanting to increase it. We'll continue to increase defence spending as we have set out.
Richard Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will my honourable friend assure me that this government's increased investment in our armed forces and the Defence Investment Plan will offer huge opportunities for the defence sector in Scotland, not least at the Naval yard in my constituency, saved from closure by Labour ministers. That will build on the huge success we've already had for the sector in Scotland, not least the £10 billion deal with Norway, securing 2,000 jobs in the long term on the Clyde.
Minister. Well, can I thank my more friend for his advocacy for the Naval yard? He and I meet often to discuss this, and it is good to see the investment that Navantia are putting into it. Not only in Scotland are we building the Type 26 frigates in Glasgow, the Type 31 frigates in Rosyth. I was pleased to be there for the steel cut on HMS Bulldog and the rollout of HMS Active that we've commissioned, with the first fleet solid support ship being built by Navantia. I was present to see the steel cut in Appledore in North Devon at the end of last year. That's a bright future ahead for shipbuilding in Scotland, and I'm happy to continue my conversations with him about the Naval.
Sir Julian.
I have every sympathy with patriotic defence ministers who are being sent out to try to put a brave face on the fact that they are being undermined by their own Chancellor of the Exchequer. Yeah. Isn't it a fact that someone as collegiate, experienced and patriotic as Lord Robertson would never have spoken out in the way that he has done if he did not recognise that the defence team, his party's defence team, are being undermined in this way? And if the threat from Russia is so great that NATO is now moved to 3.5% of GDP as its target, why does the government think that waiting another 9 years to achieve it is an appropriate way to deal with the killer in the Kremlin?
Well, can I thank the right honourable gentleman? And he's right. We've agreed the NATO target, and it is a NATO target of 3.5% on core defence, 1.5% on national security by 2035. We've agreed that, an important part of it. He will also know that the Defence Secretary revealed last week about the covert Russian activities. It is precisely because we can see more threats from Russia and other adversaries, not just against our undersea cables, that we're increasing defence spending, and we're trying to renew our armed forces, dealing with the hollowing out. I know that as a patriotic backbencher, as he now sits, he and I share many of the same views when it comes to the last government's effects of our armed forces, the hollowing out that we saw under the Conservatives. But I'm very happy to continue my conversation with him about how we can make the case for further defence investment.
Foster. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister agree that we must understand what he inherited? A procurement system in the MOD in disarray, unfunded defence programmes, an Air Force without enough aircraft or helicopters, a Navy without enough ships, an army with Napoleonic low levels of troops. We're now facing wars in the Middle East and Ukraine. We are working with an exceptionally challenging situation, and we must get this right. Please do not allow the opposition to rewrite history. Thank you.
Well, first of all, can I thank my honourable friend for his service to the country, and the fact that he has served gives renewed credence to what he has just said. I certainly find it curious, Mr. Speaker, to see many of the people who delighted in cutting our armed forces over the last 14 years, now looking at saying that they want to increase defence spending without a hint of humility. I would find much more respect for the argument being made opposite if they stood up, first of all, to apologise for their cuts to our armed forces, and secondly, to apologise for their leader who described our brave pilots in the Middle East as just hanging around. I think our forces deserve better than the Conservatives, and they have it with this Labour government.
In Rome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the words of Lord Robertson, we are underprepared, underinsured and under attack. We are not safe. Britain's national security and safety is in peril. I've asked over 6 times when the Defence Investment Plan will be published. I now know the answer. The answer is, we're working flat out. So could the Minister tell me in a time frame what and how long is working flat out?
Can I thank him for, as a Devon neighbour, I know his passion for our armed forces as well, and it's good to see him wearing his Royal College of Defence Studies tie, an institution that I'm proud to be a graduate of as well. He knows that we're working flat out to deliver the Defence Investment Plan, and we'll publish it when it's ready. I would much prefer to get it right than to publish a document that is not right, and that is what we are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember defence investment under the last government. I was serving when our pay was cut, our defence housing was ruined, and equipment projects were cancelled and underfunded. In fact, it was under their government that our Navy warships were cut by 25%, our amphibious ships were mothballed, and our army fell to the smallest size for 200 years. Can the Minister tell us about the projects that we're doing to increase pay, to improve housing, and the effect that is having on recruitment and retention of our armed forces, so we can rebuild the numbers that were so hollowed out under the last government?
Well, can I also thank my old friend for his service to our country as well. And it's interesting he mentioned recruitment, because indeed the Shadow Minister, when he sat on these benches during the last Parliament, was scathing about his own government's record on recruitment, scathing about their performance, scathing about their lack of action against the contractor they brought in. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that inflow is up under a Labour government, outflow is down under a Labour government. We've replaced the contractor, and we are delivering not only the biggest pay rise for our armed forces for 20 years, a second above inflation pay rise. We've ended the privatisation and the scandal of military homes that we inherited, with 9 in 10 military homes being refitted in the next decade. And we are putting effort into valuing our people by legislating for a new Armed Forces Commissioner, so our forces and their families can raise concerns outside the chain of command with someone independent. This is a government that is delivering for those who serve in uniform.
Tom Tugendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I say it's deeply unedifying to hear both the Minister and others playing political games with the matter of national security. Look, we can all look at the past. I can tell you about the body armour that I had to give over to somebody else for the invasion of Iraq because we didn't have enough in 2003. I can point to the underfunding of helicopters that meant that friends of mine were killed on operations in Afghanistan because they were underfunded under governments before his, but yes, wearing the same colour tie. We can all point to the past. The question for him is not what happened in the past, but what are you going to do about it in the future? The Defence Investment Plan, the Minister says, is not urgently needed because he's spending anyway. Well, why is he wasting his time in producing the damn thing? He could spare those civil servants to actually get contracts delivered instead of messing around with games, or actually put his heart behind the fight with the Treasury that needs to be had right now, as his own friend Lord Robertson has already made clear.
Well, I really like the right honourable gentleman. Actually, I think he's a very jovial chap, and he raises some good points. And let me say to him, the Defence Investment Plan is needed. It is being worked on by our department. We will be delivering it when it is ready, but we are not waiting for the Defence Investment Plan to make announcements. I've spoken about the £879 million contract I announced this morning in Andover for our Apaches and Chinook fleet, but I could also point to the announcement we made on Friday, a multi-million-pound deal with the veteran-led startup Cambridge Aerospace to provide new missiles to intercept drones, not just for our forces, but for our allies in the Middle East. So when he says we're looking to the future, we are exactly looking to the future, and that is why the Defence Investment Plan will set out the kit and capabilities that we need and will buy for the next 10 years, but also the upgrades that we're making to the kit we have today to give our fighting forces the edge. But importantly, it also talks about how we value our people, something that I don't think has been spoken about enough in defence for far too long, something else we're addressing.
Jane Curtin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sitting on the Armed Forces Bill Committee, and we've heard terrible testimony about the state of military housing, and we've heard how it's already improving. So does the Minister agree that that £9 billion investment that we're making into military housing to deal with that botched privatisation can only be a good thing and raise morale of our troops?
Can I thank my more friend for her work, not just on armed forces housing as she raised here, but also she is a thorough champion for the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, many of those ships that are in her Falmouth and Truro constituency. She's right to talk about the £9 billion commitment that we have made to deliver an improvement in armed forces housing. I see the front bench opposite is chattering. They had an option to deal with this when they're in power. They could have dealt with the black mould.
Please, I'm trying to hear as well, and it's not helpful.
Mr. Speaker, they could have dealt with the black mould in our armed forces kids' bedrooms. They could have dealt with the broken boilers and the leaky roofs. We have dealt with it as this Labour government, and I'm proud of that record. Also proud that we've refitted the 1,000 worst homes, delivering those improvements by Christmas, so our military families could be in a decent home by Christmas 2025, and now we're starting work on the next tranche of the worst homes, so our people can live in a decent home if they serve. That's the minimum we should offer those brave men and women who serve our forces.
Janice answers. I'll get you that. I don't want to.
The honourable member for Tunbridge, in a plea that we just put this political blame game to one side. The fleet halved under the previous Labour government. We all have our fingerprints on the current state of the UK military. It's unedifying of us, of this House, and of the state that we are in as a nation. Can I draw the Minister's attention to the APPG for rearmament, which I've recently set up with the honourable member for Macclesfield and for Spelthorne, who's longer in his place, and also Field Marshal the Lord David Richards in the other place. Our aims are to highlight the scale of the threat that we face, but also the parlous current state of the British military. Can I ask if he shares those aims with us? Because talking about both is necessary for this national conversation that was highlighted in the SDR that hasn't happened. Will he join us in talking about the threat, but also an honest depiction of the state of the UK military so that our public is informed and they can tell us what they would like us to do?
Thank him for his questions. I follow him on Twitter, so I'm very much keen to see the end of the political blame game of his tweets, and I look forward to seeing what he tweets next. That might be the embodiment of that spirit that we've just heard here. But he's right to talk about, especially munitions and the stockpiles that we inherited, far too low for the threat that we're facing. That's the reason why we have already made announcements about increasing the amount of munitions that we're buying for our armed forces. And he's also right to talk about the threat. The Defence Secretary from this dispatch box has spoken about the increasing threat that Russia in particular poses to the United Kingdom and our allies. We'll continue to do that. I'm very happy meeting him and his new all-party group to have that conversation, because I think it is an important one about how we address the underfunding and the hollowing out of our forces that we inherited. But also, I'll be able to help him understand the progress that we are now making under this Labour government to restock and to rearm, which is a lot of work done, but a lot of work still to do.
Lawrence Tuck.
Mr. Speaker, will the Minister look at the sorry tale of Glenelg Castle mess in Longbridge, Birmingham? This is armed forces accommodation, not from decades ago, but opened just in 2017 at a cost to the taxpayer of £36 million. It was built with 95% flammable external cladding, and now the fire defects within the accommodation have been judged to be so severe that the facility is going to be closed for up to a year at further great cost to the taxpayer. This was hopelessly mismanaged by the previous government. The armed forces personnel who work at the Royal Centre for Defence Medicine in Birmingham do an essential job. They deserve better.
I entirely agree with every word that my honourable friend has said there, and I know he's been assiduous in asking detailed parliamentary questions about the refurbishment and the refit of the Longbridge mess. I'm very happy meeting him to hear directly about the concerns of him and his constituents.
Dr. Andrew Wells.
Well-placed sources are suggesting
that the number of Type 26 hulls on the order book may be reduced or transferred to our Norwegian allies. Now, I appreciate that Labour has a track record in reducing the number of frigate and destroyer hulls, but nevertheless, will the Minister confirm that there are no such plans and that we will proceed with a minimum of 8 Type 26 frigates, particularly given the increase in Russian submarine activity discussed by his colleague, the Honourable Member for Selyoke, on Monday?
I can indeed, and he will know as a Defence Minister in the last government the state of the forces that he passed over to this government as well. But when it comes to frigates, which, Mr Speaker, I could bore the House on because it is one of my favourite subjects, he will also know that the deal that we've signed with Norway, an incredible deal that sustains Type 26 production on the Clyde for many, many years to come, sees not only the 8 British Royal Navy Type 26s, but the 5 Norwegian ones. We're working with Norway on build slots currently, but that will create a combined force, a truly interoperable, interchangeable force. Indeed, the only things different between a Royal Navy and a Norwegian Type 26 will be the language on the signs. That is interchangeability. That is at the heart of the new defence agreement that we've signed with Norway, and part of an agreement about how we can work more closely with our JEF allies in Northern Europe, which I hope can be expanded to other nations as well as we look to sell the Type 31 frigates to more of our partners.
Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will have recognised the strength of feeling on all sides of the House to see the Defence Investment Plan published as soon as possible, and I hope Treasury Ministers share that understanding as well. I do think history is important, actually. When Russia annexed the Crimea, we saw no meaningful increase in defence spending. When Russia violated Minsk I, we saw no increase. When they violated Minsk II, we saw no increase. And when they launched a full-scale invasion of a sovereign European country, we saw no meaningful increase as well. So does the Minister agree with me that the debate about defence needs to be one that is constructive, hopefully cross-party, and that the country expects us to fund defence properly and urgently?
Can I thank him for the way that he asked his questions? And I noticed that the Shadow Minister was agreeing with every word that I think he said in relation to the cuts, also the lack of increase in defence spending. But can I recommend to him and to all colleagues in the House and Nessa the Right Honourable Gentleman's reports when he was in charge of the Defence Select Committee are called Shifting the Goalposts, sets out the amount of GDP spend on defence going back a number of governments. It shows that the last Labour government left defence spending at 2.5% of GDP in 2010, a figure sadly never matched in the 14 years. We are getting back to 2.5% of GDP. April 2027 is when we will hit that, and we'll set out how we're spending that in the Defence Investment Plan. That will be published shortly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Successive UK governments have spent years cutting defence spending, reducing the size of our armed forces to record lows, dismantling our navy, slashing Scottish regiments and hollowing out investment in essential equipment and training. There is a continued refusal to join SAFE, even when Canada are joining, delays to the SDR, no certainty as to when the Defence Investment Plan will be released, and no urgency from the Prime Minister to act on the recommendations which make it clear that there is a £28 billion black hole in the existing plan. So what is the plan to deal with the Prime Minister's corrosive complacency, and how are Scottish voters supposed to trust this Labour government when, according to the SDR authors, they are failing so categorically to keep us safe and are threatening the security of Scotland?
Well, what I'd say to him is look at our record. A Type 26 deal that sustains shipbuilding on the Clyde, investment in a welding school in Scotland that we had to step in and fund because the SNP government chose not to. It's good that the SNP government has now finally realised that defence of the realm is important, and I would ask him to pass on back to the SNP government that I'm still waiting for a proper reply to the offer to match fund a second Defence Technical Excellence College in Scotland. We want to have 2 in Scotland. We provided the funding for 1. I hope his government will match fund the second. I'm still waiting for a reply on that, and when that goes on, we're moving further and further away of more young Scots able to access the courses from September onwards that, if they agree to it, they could be doing.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm proud to be part of a government that's building ships in Scotland, whereas our Scottish Government colleagues are building ferries in Poland, Turkey and now China. Quite incredible. Mr Speaker, you'll be very pleased to hear that I always use security guards at my surgeries. And the young chap who attended my surgery last year in Oxgang's library, he had just left 3 rifles. And he said he left because he joined some years ago on the promise of travel and excitement, but he spent a lot of time in barracks because of the lack of funding in our armed services. The last time I visited 3 rifles, they'd just come back from Finland, and some were about to go back there to serve alongside our allies. Some were due to go to Iraq, but I understand that trip may not have happened, and they're all now better paid. Outside the barracks site, people can see the homes getting renovated. There's a little bit of jealousy about the quality of the kitchens, I have to say. And recently, just before the recess, I was able to give a tour from one of our defence primes to a young apprentice who lives in the Balerno in Edinburgh South West. And she was very clear, this isn't an apprenticeship, it's not a job, it's a whole career before her because of the scale of what's happening in the sector. So when the Minister goes round defence establishments, when he goes round our defence contractors, what is the mood? Do they trust us to deliver against this budget commitment?
Can I thank him, and can I thank also the Armed Forces personnel that he spoke to and spoke about in his question there. We have a British Army that is currently globally deployed. I'm incredibly proud of, as I imagine the whole houses of our forces that are deployed in Estonia as part of our forward land force, those forces that are deployed in Cyprus and across the Middle East in support of our allies, and those that are training and have been in support of our High North allies on various exercises. I don't ask our forces to comment on party political matters because they're there to serve the government of the day. But I do know that having them and their families live in homes without damp, mould, leaky roofs or broken boilers greatly improves their mood. And that is precisely why this government's delivering an upgrade to 9 in 10 service family accommodation in the next 10 years.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the challenges of tying defence expenditure to GDP is that the economy fluctuates. So when Labour crashed the economy in 2008, defence spending on GDP terms went up. So the reality is that as the economy fluctuates over the course of this Parliament and the next one, there could be a challenge in terms of actual defence spending. So as he looks at the defence investment plan, can he make sure that actually the level of expenditure continues to rise so that we actually get the investment in defence that we need?
Or, Mr. Speaker, it's a Liz Truss Claxon moment, isn't it? His memory is so brief that he has forgotten about what Liz Truss and the Conservatives did to our economy only a few years ago. But look, I agree with him that we need to increase defence spending. And let me say to him very clearly, there's not a single person in uniform today, not an admiral, a general, or anyone of any rank who has served in the UK Armed Forces with a decade ahead of increasing defence spending. That is such a sizable change when it comes to our armed forces spending. I noticed the chuntering from the front bench again, being grumpy that it is a Labour government that's increasing defence spending when his cut defence spending, but I will continue happily working cross-party in support of our armed forces.
Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When this government took office, it inherited an armed forces on its knees, and it responded to that challenge with the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War and a bold 10-year strategic defence review to make sure that we can have an armed forces that once again is able to protect our nation. That's why it's so important that we do get a defence investment plan as quickly as possible. And I've heard today from my honourable friend that he is as keen to get that out as quickly as possible, and that also it be the right plan as well. Can I simply take this opportunity to urge him to keep going so we can get that as soon as we can?
Can I thank him for not only his question, but also the work that he does. He is a quiet and determined champion for Sandhurst and those people that train in his constituency. And there is a real opportunity, I think, with the increasing defence investment that we are making to renew the facilities, not just in Sandhurst, but in the military accommodation, but in bases across the United Kingdom and further afield. And it's not just about infrastructure that we're increasing. I'm especially proud that I'm part of a government and a ministerial team with the Defence Secretary that is increasing support for childcare for those people who serve, because it is about our people, not just our equipment, that we should focus on. And that is what the Defence Investment Plan will do.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Minister accept and agree with the mood of the majority of the British people, and I think the mood of this House, which is to accelerate defence spending to 3% of GDP in this Parliament, not next Parliament? And can the Minister confirm that the year-long delayed defence investment plan will arrive before the summer holidays?
Mr. Speaker, perhaps if the honourable gentleman would like to give some of the money that his former Reform leader in Wales got from Russia to the defence budget, we'd have a wee bit more than we have today.
Sarah Dyke.
Mr. Speaker, Thales employs over 800 people, including 66 apprentices on its site in Temple Combe in my constituency. Here they develop world-leading sonar systems for the Royal Navy's Astute and Dreadnought submarines, as well as delivering critical systems to enhance the UK security and defence. So given the training capability gap identified in the Strategic Defence Review, how will the Secretary of State increase funding for apprenticeships to ensure we address skills shortages?
Can I thank her for her question and also for calling out and celebrating the work of Thales in her constituency. I've visited a number of Thales sites recently and I've been impressed not just by the management but in particular about the apprentices who feel that there's a bright future ahead of them. She will know that we've announced that Yeovil is to be one of the 5 new Defence Technical Excellence Colleges, not too far from her constituency. That is a £10 million investment in each DTEC designed to increase the number of places available for young people to take defence and defence-adjacent courses, supporting not just defence primes, but importantly the wider ecosystem of SMEs as well, because we recognise that by increasing defence spending, we not only want to bolster those large defence companies, but there's a huge opportunity to grow smaller defence SMEs as well, and addressing the skills challenges they have is a key part of that.
Stuart Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, I have served on operations under both Conservative and Labour governments, and I can personally tell of horror stories of how I was treated, which led to 15+ years of complex PTSD. When I finally rebuilt my life, I wanted to see that nobody ever had to go through what I went through. So cross-party, as soon as I got here 6 years ago, I said that anything under 3% of defence spending in the last Parliament, when my government was in charge, I said that was anything under was unacceptable. There is not a serious professional in the defence industry that thinks the current spending is adequate to meet the world's needs. Does the Minister think it's a serious investment that we're currently making at the moment?
Can I thank him for his question and also for being honest about the consequences of his time in service. It is so important that when any veteran who has served in our forces needs to be able to access help, that they know that help is available. And I think it is platforming and being honest about the experiences that enables more people to come forward. So I thank him for that. He's right that we need to increase defence spending. I want to increase defence spending. We have already increased defence spending, and by April 2027 we'll be spending 2.5% of GDP, 3% in the next Parliament. But I entirely appreciate how the honourable gentleman is making his remarks. I'm very happy talking to him. I'm sure the Minister for Veterans next door about his own experience, see if we can learn and help others in a similar situation.
National security depends on more than conventional defence spend, because our democracies can be brought down by methods other than weapons. And there are concerns that the public are not yet sufficiently aware about the risk and reality of foreign information manipulation and interference. So how does tackling this aspect of hybrid warfare feature in a cross-departmental way within his government?
Can I thank her for her question? She's absolutely right that we need to go beyond conventional defence. That's why we have conventional and nuclear deterrence as part of our armed forces posture. But she will also have heard in my opening remarks about the investment we're making in cyber as well. And so this is not just an MOD effort. Increasingly, if we are to deliver the national security that we need a whole of government approach. And that means the Ministry of Defence working with the Home Office, DCIT, Cabinet Office and the devolved governments to be able to tackle misinformation, to be able to tackle the deliberate misinformation that we see our adversaries trying to pump into our news feeds. Let me be very clear that we do not accept in any way the Russian interference or any interference in our democracy or in our way of life, but a national conversation that enables people to be better equipped to identify it, to be able to challenge it, and more pressure on social media companies to remove it and not have it on their platforms in the first place is the conversations that we're having across government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Funnily enough, my question follows on perfectly on behalf of the previous member. Lord Robertson said that we are ill prepared for the threats of today, never mind tomorrow, and while Britain may not be under a daily attack from missiles and tanks, not yet anyway, we are under daily assault by mis and disinformation from hostile actors who are targeting our institutions, our democracy and our social cohesion. The Minister has already referred to the investments and operational changes that have been put into cyber and indeed electromagnetic security. But given the foundational nature of the challenge to our democracy, Is he convinced that the Chancellor is convinced of the urgent need to make huge investments in this area? Because this is a challenge that we've never experienced before, a challenge that collapses the traditional idea of the front line with the home front.
Can I thank him for the way that he posed his question? And there's much that I agree with him in the way he did so. He's certainly right that we're not at war, but nor are we at peace. And certainly, if you look in a number of domains where we can see UK forces and UK infrastructure being attacked, the cyber domain being the most obvious of those. But as the Defence Secretary revealed only last week, the threats that we are seeing to our undersea infrastructure from the covert Russian activity, being able to call it out, being able to say to Putin, we see what you are doing. You will not have deniability. In fact, the military just call it denying deniability, which is a typical military phrase, but I think we all know what that means. But there's more to be done here. And I think the more that we can have the national conversation around the threats that we face and how all of us can, in our own way, take actions. Just updating your operating system on your phone makes you and the country safer. But there's lots more, especially in this House, that we can be doing to further support that. And I'm very happy having a conversation with him about how we do that.
Sir Julian Smith.
On this key recommendation of national conversation to build support and understanding amongst the population. It's all very well the debates here or debates in Whitehall, but what conversations is government having with the Department of Education, with the Department of Culture, the BBC, social media providers about the issues that are faced and the communication with the public to build support for funding and build understanding of the challenges we face?
Yeah, can I thank him for that question? It's a very fair one. So my colleague in the House of Lords, Lord Coker, is the minister leading on the national conversation debate, and you will have seen, he will have seen, I'm sure, that he published the defence diplomacy strategy recently. Although that deals with an element of kind of more traditional diplomacy, it also deals with the necessity to speak to our own people and our own wider populations around the threats we face and about how we respond to it. We're still at the early stages of forming the proposal for that formal national conversation. But again, that is one that has to be cross-government. That has to include the Cabinet Office. That has to include government departments that aren't just the Ministry of Defence, because how we defend our nation in the 21st century is not just about the brilliant men and women in uniform. It's about a whole of government and a whole of nation effort. And that's what we're trying to kickstart that conversation. But a debate around defence spending certainly contributes to that as well.
Ryan Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Has the government considered issuing defence bonds, as proposed by the Liberal Democrats, to ring-fence capital for defence spending? And if not, why not?
Can I thank him for that proposal? I'm really interested in seeing the detail of the Lib Dem proposal about who pays for it ultimately. But he will know that following the publication of the Defence Investment Plan, we've made a commitment to publish the Defence Finance and Investment Strategy, which sets out how we can support not just businesses large and small, but how we can bring further investment into the sector. That will deal with everything from how do we stop small defence businesses being debanked, a real scandal and problem for small businesses as they seek to grow, but how can we leverage in some of the patient and venture capital that we're seeing potentially interested in defence to expand UK businesses, to support the development of capabilities, and that renews our own capabilities but provides export opportunity as well. So there's more work that we're doing in that regard.
Carl Locker.
Mr. Speaker, while most of the focus is often on munition and defence systems, what is the government doing to boost defence numbers and ensure our military are properly paid for the vital role that they do? For too long, our junior NCO ranks have been poorly paid, below average, and had poor living and working conditions. A defence network with adequate numbers and good morale is necessary complement for a well-equipped military.
Can I thank her for her question? I look forward to being in Northern Ireland next week for the announcement of the Northern Ireland Defence Growth Deal, which is the 5th of our 5 defence growth deals. I'm not allowed to say the total amount of investment, but we've announced 200 million of a £250 million pot, so the maths will hopefully give us some reassurance that there's a big announcement coming to her part of the world very shortly. But she's absolutely right to talk about the numbers, and so what we've done is not only address the problems with recruitment and the system, especially the time of flight that took far too long between someone applying and then getting to a training establishment. We've introduced novel forms of entry, so the direct cyber entry is a really good example of that. Recruiting people for their cyber skills, not necessarily their skills being able to run around a muddy field with a big heavy backpack on, is a way that we're looking at new ways of getting the skills and the talent into our armed forces that we need.
Speaker, this month marks 20 years since I returned from serving on Operation Telex 7 in Iraq. And whilst I was there, we patrolled Basra in snatched Land Rovers. 34 British soldiers died in snatched Land Rovers. In 2006, it was highlighted to the previous government that they were unsuitable, and it wasn't until years later that they were replaced. So they were called mobile coffins and suicide wagons for a reason, and so I would exercise a little bit of caution about blaming previous governments for their defence inadequacies. I don't think any of the parties who've been in government in recent years have clean hands when it comes to scrutiny of those specific decisions. But the question I want to ask him was specifically about defence financing. We know that there's, the Minister has announced that there's a £5 billion uplift for this year. Why is there therefore an exercise to exercise 3.5 billion of in-year savings, and how much of that is carried forward from last year's exercise to exercise 2.6 billion of in-year savings?
Can I thank him for his question and for his service as well? He sends me a lot of PQs in his role, but I recognise that comes from his service there. I can also very happy to confirm to the House that we are replacing our entire Land Rover fleet, and I was on Salisbury Plain only a few weeks ago making the announcement of the new replacement vehicle competition that I look forward to businesses coming in on. He will also be familiar with a business the size of 60 billion plus, which is the MOD budget. It's very normal to have in-year budget management. I'm not really understanding how surprising this is. If a £60 billion business didn't have in-year budget management, there'd be a real question about that. That's pretty normal business affairs. It was normal under his government. It's normal under this government as well. But we are increasing defence spending, £5 billion extra in our budget this year.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Speaker, defence spending is rising rapidly in China, in Russia, all over Europe, this country and the USA. And in every country in the world, there is pressure on welfare budgets, and there is increasing levels of human and social inequality. And there is a global environmental disaster on the horizon. At the same time, the agencies for peace, such as the UN and its agencies, and overseas aid budgets, are all being cut. Global inequality is getting worse. The conditions for future wars are being created. What plan does the government have to put some energy into a peace process led by the UN to try to bring a cessation to the dreadful conflicts that are going on around the world? Where is the investment for peace in the future? Or are we going to continue down the road of more on arms and less on the human needs of people?
Well, I might spend more of my time in the Ministry of Defence without my mobile phone in secure rooms, but I do know that he spends a lot of time in this chamber hearing from Foreign Office ministers about the work that we are undertaking in calling for a lasting peace, not just in Gaza, but also in the wider Middle East. We continue to do that. We continue to invest in that. The world is a more dangerous place every single day, and that is why we're increasing defence spending to deter aggression. Because the point of our armed forces is to deter that aggression and then only then defeat it if necessary. But he's right to say that the consequences of conflict is frequently felt by the most vulnerable. That is precisely why we're continuing to call for peace, not just in Ukraine, to end Putin's illegal war against that free and independent sovereign nation, but also to bring a lasting peace with a two-state solution in the Middle East, in Gaza and Israel as well.
Adam Dance.
Deputy Speaker, thanks to the tireless work by many in Leonardo, Yeovil, government and beyond, we've got the new medium helicopter contract awarded and more investment in Yeovil, so thank you. But investment across the country is still held up without the Defence Industrial Plan. I know the Minister is working really hard to get the plan right, and I thank him for this. So can he set out what lessons have been learnt from the delays to the new medium helicopter and the DIP to make sure we fund defence procurement more effectively?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman's intervention on this one here. He will, I know, have welcomed not just the signing of the new medium helicopter contract, but the improvements we secured in it. I think it was frankly shocking that the Conservative deal that we inherited only had 8% UK content in the exports. We've increased that. He will also know that we've awarded Yeovil a Defence Technical Excellence College to support the skills needs of not just Leonardo, but the wider ecosystem. And he will also know, because I texted him yesterday, that the announcement that we have made in relation to the Boeing deal today, the £849 million for Chinook and Apaches, also includes investment in and support for jobs in his own Yeovil constituency as well. So we're continuing to invest in defence and continuing to invest in Yeovil as well.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Lord Robertson, the former Labour Defence Secretary, has said that we cannot defend Britain with an ever-expanding welfare budget. So will the Minister explain to my constituents why this government is able to set out its welfare spending plans until 2031, but can't publish its defence investment plan for 2026?
I thank him for his question. I don't think Britain gets stronger by pushing kids into poverty. That is the fundamental difference, I see it, between the welfare policies of our two different parties. And so I'm absolutely clear that we should be addressing the high levels of child poverty that we inherited from the last government. That's exactly the right things we should do. And he will also know, because I've said it a number of times, that we're working flat out to deliver the Defence Investment Plan, and it will be published when it's ready. I think he, on hindsight, would much prefer a plan that is ready to be published rather than one that is not. And that is why we're working to deliver our Defence Investment Plan. That will set out spending for the next 10 years up until 2036 or so.
Richard Ford.
Mr. Speaker, I entered this House months after the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by Russia, and I was struck at the time that the debate on Ukraine was solemn, dutiful and not party political. And the contrast with the debate over defence spending is stark. The Leader of the Opposition has decided to use it as a foil for her party, while the Honourable Member for Hackney North was on the radio last night saying that the Labour Party is not going to be helped electorally by an increase in defence spending. With Trump making threats about US commitment to NATO, does the Minister share my view that we need to link armed forces capabilities to the external threat rather than indulge in this party political navel-gazing?
I thank him for his question, and also in the spirit of my answers for his service as well to the nation. He's absolutely right that NATO is at the cornerstone of our defence. It benefits not just the United Kingdom, it benefits every single NATO member state, including the United States. And we are stronger when we stand together in relation to that. That's why we're delivering against the NATO target, delivering the new NATO regional plans, and why a debate that looks at how we can develop the latest capabilities, bring forward more skills into the sector, more investment, private sector investment into our defence companies is a good one for us. And we do this because it's in the national interest to support our national security. And that is why I stand at this dispatch box, not for party politics, but for our national security. And in darker times, that's why I hope all of us can be doing as well.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To listen to the Minister today, you might think that the dip matters very little, that we're cracking on regardless. But the truth, I think, is that the MOD has been outmanoeuvred by the Chancellor and the dip is pinned down by the Treasury. The dip matters a very great deal to industry because the demand signals that it will give allows industry to work up, whether it's from fighter jets to frigates, whether it's from bayonets to bullets. These items cannot just be pulled off the shelves. This dip matters rather more than I think the Minister is saying. Is that not the case?
Bang on.
I don't know where he's been for most of the question time, because I've been very clear, and he's trying to put words in my mouth, and I appreciate him giving it a good go, but he's not going to get away with that, I'm afraid, in relation to this. Look, we live in a new era of threat. I think he knows that as well. We are dealing with hollowed out and underfunded forces. I think privately, he might not be able to put it in a soundbite, but he can concede that the state of the forces his government passed over to this Labour government isn't the one that I think perhaps in hindsight he would have liked. So we have to invest in our forces. We have to invest in new stockpiles. We have to invest in new technologies. We have to retire old kit and equipment that wouldn't work in Ukraine, that's unsuited to modern combat. And we have to do all of that at the same time, as well as addressing the defence housing crisis, the recruitment crisis, and and ever-falling morale. We've now stabilised morale in the armed forces. We have a plan to improve defence spending, to increase it, 5 billion extra in our budget, moving to 2.5, 3 and 3.5 as I've set out, but also a plan to invest in the latest technologies. I hope, in hindsight, he'll be able to welcome that investment, but I entirely understand why he has to have an attacky soundbite for his socials in the meantime.
Jim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, nothing is more important to our national security than our nuclear deterrent. And we are massively proud in Westmoreland-Furness to provide the home for the Trident submarine programme. Not just massively proud, we recognise it is a grave responsibility, as it obviously is built in my honourable neighbour and friend's constituency. But our ability to build those submarines, to defend our country, depends on us being able to recruit and retain brilliant staff from around the country and beyond. And so the role of the local authority in this, in providing the housing, the services, absolutely crucial. Would he agree with me that there's been a complete disconnect given that the local government settlement leaves Westmoreland and Furness Council with a 31% cut, massively hampering Barrow, Kendal, Penrith to be able to do the things we need to do to attract the people to keep our country safe? Will he have a word with the Chancellor and put that right?
Well, can I thank him for his advocacy for our independent nuclear deterrent? It was a shame that when his party was in power, the decision to renew the deterrent was delayed, and I know that he had strong views on it at the time. I'm also really proud that as the MP for Devonport, where our Vanguard-class submarines are refitted, that the people I represent make a material difference to the defence of our nation every day through their hard work in Devonport Dockyard. I met with representatives of Team Barrow on Monday when I was in Blackpool, talking about the new Defence Technical Excellence College that we've announced there that supports not only Blackpool and the Fylde, but also Barrow, Blackburn, Lancashire and a number of colleges, including Wirral Met as well. So I recognise that Defence is making the argument for skills and putting the money where our policy is by investing in it. He will know that that's an MHCLG question about local government funding, but let me tell him, to reassure him, that our commitment to Team Barrow is strong in the Ministry of Defence, and I'm very happy briefing him further on that if that may be useful for him.
Andrew George.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've listened carefully, and the Minister knows full well that committing to spend 3 or 3.5% tomorrow doesn't mean to say that the government can't commit to commissioning that expenditure now, because he's aware that the delivery pipeline can often take 5 to 10 years in any case, and therefore the Defence Investment Plan becomes vitally important. And he's evaded answering the question about when, but surely he can put a deadline date by which the Defence Investment Plan can be delivered, and in doing so, can he commit to ensuring that both RNAS Culdrose and the National Drone Centre in my constituency will see growth as a result of it? Thank you.
Or he's a wily member, Madam Deputy Speaker, and tried to ask the same question from a different angle, so I appreciate his effort there. He will know that we're working flat out to deliver the Defence Investment Plan, and we will publish it when it's ready. But as a fellow South West MP, let me say how important it is that we support not just the capabilities we have today, but the new capabilities. So not only with the National Centre for Marine Autonomy that we have in Plymouth, but also the incredible aerial drone facilities that we have across the peninsula, including in Cornwall. There's real opportunity to deliver that, and certainly the defence growth deal for Plymouth includes wider knock-on effects to the entire peninsula, and the LPIF bid secured from DCIT for our part of the world certainly provides support for the entire peninsula when it comes to development of new autonomy and drone technologies, which I hope will be accelerated even further in the future years ahead.
Minister.
Thank you. As I referenced earlier in the week, Northern Ireland's geographical position means that increasingly it occupies a key geosecurity location, particularly in light of the threat to our transatlantic underground cables. In that context, will the strategic review deal with the situation revealed in a parliamentary reply that there are only 5 Royal Navy personnel based in Northern Ireland and only 70 RAF personnel? Surely if we're going to deal with the threats which are increasingly evident, we need to have a proper distribution and balance of personnel across the United Kingdom. And when he comes to Northern Ireland next week, maybe he'll bring some news in that regard.
Thank him for it. I noticed he didn't give the numbers out for the Army, which are considerably higher than the ones that he has suggested for the Navy and the Air Force. It's right that we distribute and allocate our force personnel against the mission taskings that they're given, but he's also right to talk about the key importance of protecting our undersea cables, including those that are in his part of the world. It is precisely for that reason that we're seeing more investment in those undersea, in the technologies that enable us to defend, monitor and protect those undersea cables much more. But as he will know, because we've met a number of times to talk about this, I want to see more investment in every single part of our United Kingdom, including in Northern Ireland, and I hope to bring him good news on that next week.
And the final question on the statement, Jim Shannon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Looking forward to the good news. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers at the end, for his positive TV interview this morning, which encourages all, and as a pretext to this question today. Well, the Minister announced the next stage of the Defence Growth Fund. No one doubts the Minister's commitment or his interest with regular visits to Northern Ireland for the defence sectors. It is so important that Northern Ireland can gain from the Defence Growth Fund incentive and that Northern Ireland completes its own specific growth deal. When the Minister comes to Northern Ireland next week, can we expect a balance, and I think we all know what that figure is, of the Defence Growth Fund to be announced officially? It would do no harm, Minister, to announce that today.
He's tempting me, Madam Deputy Speaker. The opportunity in Northern Ireland is considerable for our defence industries, not just supporting large defence businesses like Thales, who produce the LMM missile in Belfast, but also, in particular in Northern Ireland, where we have a huge number of SMEs as well. I was with Boeing this morning announcing the new helicopter maintenance contract, and indeed Boeing have made a large investment in Northern Ireland as well. And so I think there's a huge opportunity to make the case that a career in defence, whether it is in uniform or a civilian role backing our forces, is not just a good job, it's a good, well-paid, decent job that can provide an entire career of opportunities. And I think the more that we can make that positive case for investment in both core defence industries, but also those industries that sit alongside defence, such as digital technologies, where there could be defence applications for that, that keeps us all safe and provides young people with good opportunities. And I look forward to speaking to him and Northern Ireland colleagues about that opportunity more very soon.
That concludes the statement. We now come to the presentation of bills. Presentation of Bill Freddie Van Mierlo.
Water Industry Act 1991 Amendment Payment of Fines Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 8th of May.
Friday, the 8th of May.
Thank you.
Presentation of Bill Sarah Dyke.
Food Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 8th of May.
Friday the 8th of May. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to make provision about the regular broadcast of news about creative arts and culture, to make provision about duties on the Secretary of State, Ofcom and certain broadcasters in relation to such broadcasts and for connected purposes. First, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me declare an interest. I'm a classically trained violinist who learnt at Beecham Music Group and benefited from a brilliant musical provision at Newent Community School. I'm also a guitarist, keyboardist and singer-songwriter who played in rock bands including Eyes of Eden, Never Home Club, 10 Second Star and the New Loafers. And unless you were going to gigs in the late 1990s in Gloucestershire, or you were listening to Radio 1 at one particular moment on one particular evening, you won't have heard of those bands. I want to ask members of this House, when was the last time you heard or saw news dedicated to culture or our brilliant creative arts? Of course, you will have seen dedicated coverage of a singular creative news story, but what about a bulletin that brings you regular updated coverage of cultural events happening both locally and nationally? Art exhibitions, concerts, orchestras, dance classes, art groups and choirs. So many great events are happening that we just don't hear about, due in part to irregular and fragmented news coverage. Yet we all know when the local football club down the road was relegated or hopefully indeed promoted. People might instinctively think that sport has an enormous audience, and of course it does. Well, millions of people attend theatres, galleries, concerts and cinemas every week as spectators. This is not a niche interest. It is a massive, underserved audience. Regular creative arts bulletins would serve that audience in the same way that sports bulletins serve sports fans. But there's another audience, Madam Deputy Speaker, beyond the spectators. The participants, young and old, in all genres, at all levels, professional and amateur, elite and perhaps most importantly, ordinary. Ordinary people participating in the creative arts are doing something extraordinary for themselves, their community and far beyond. A refrain heard all too often following the regular news programmes is, and now for the sports and weather. But what if we add one extra word? I hope that my bill might lead to the following phrase, and now for the sports, culture and the weather. It would be a small but important alteration to how we receive news and the value we place on cultural events. My bill in practice would instruct ministers and responsible bodies such as Ofcom to engage with and ultimately, if necessary, require broadcasters who run regular news programmes to complement their sports news bulletins with a dedicated culture bulletin highlighting creative arts events and activities. By no means would this replace sports coverage or seek to replicate it, since, of course, sports have more competitions and leagues and therefore generate a certain type of interest and therefore news. It would simply level the playing field, if you excuse the pun. Or to put it another way, bring things into harmony, ensuring that everyone is playing in the same key. Now, thank you for laughing. I love sport. Indeed, I represent the constituency of rugby, probably the only place in the world where a sport was both born in and named after a town. It is important that sports news is broadcast. It is an important part of people's lives and promotes healthy lifestyles and much more. Regular sports bulletins in broadcast news normalise sport as an important part of community life. But there is no objective reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, why the same should not be done for the creative arts. I would argue that cultural news items are just as important a fixture in people's lives. After all, who doesn't listen to music, watch films, or appreciate artwork or poetry? Cultural institutions, theatres, cinemas, galleries and local venues, and not just physical venues, but also the numerous musical groups, such as brass bands, artists' groups, creative clubs in schools, colleges and universities and in civil society, host newsworthy events every day. Yet there is no consistent, recognisable broadcast space where audiences can receive up-to-date creative arts news. This represents a clear gap in the current provision. Cultural events and the creative arts are a massive contributor to our economy. According to the House of Commons Library, in 2024, the latest year available, the creative industries generated 145.8 billion in gross value added, accounting for 5.5% of total UK GVA. In comparison, the sports industry generated 20.6 billion or 0.8% of total UK GVA. Exports in 2021 include 9.1 billion in goods and 45.6 billion in services. Madam Deputy Speaker, the economic contribution is undeniable, but the benefits of promoting cultural news items go far beyond the economic. Creative arts engagement improves physical and mental health, cognitive function, recovery and social connection. A DCMS Commission report found Grade A evidence that arts engagement reduces depression, improves early years development, enhances mood and life satisfaction, and supports older people's cognitive and, importantly, physical health. Social prescribing shows a return of approximately £3 for every £1 invested. We often hear how sports participation improves discipline, teamwork and confidence. In essence, some important hard skills. But people often have the misconception that the creative arts are all about soft skills, or as I like to put it, sitting around the campfire singing Kumbaya. Now, I've done that. It's lovely.
Don't do it now.
But it's not the only part, and I'm not going to do it now, as my honourable friend tries to induce me to do. If you learn an instrument or create a painting, it takes massive amounts of hard work. If you play in an orchestra or act in a play, that's discipline. So the creative arts are about soft and hard skills. And we're told that in this age of AI, we need creative thinkers. We're told that, aren't we? As well as those with hard skills. Increasing the visibility of cultural news would stimulate interest among the public in becoming a spectator, participant, or both. It would inspire people, especially young people, to engage in the right kind of AI, actual involvement. It would broaden the reach of creative arts to new and more diverse audiences. It would help stimulate local high streets and local economies and drive job creation, particularly in a sector where it's often too hard for artists to make a living despite their talent and hard work. It would help the creative arts to strengthen community cohesion. And how would this work in practice? Madam Deputy Speaker, my bill would legislate for a central pool of news items that organisations can submit to, from which regional and national broadcasters could source their stories. Ofcom would have a duty to amend the broadcasting code, and all public service broadcasters and others deemed by the Secretary of State to have a significant audience would be required to include regular cultural news bulletins. As part of my campaign, I have launched an online petition to gather support from the creative world, the creative industries and the general public. So don't just take my word for it. More than 250 organisations and individuals already back my idea. Creative arts bulletins featuring in all news broadcasts will elevate and normalise the creative arts, stimulate interest in schools, promote activities at both national and local levels, boost engagement and participation, and support town centre regeneration and economic growth. The bill does not require government spending. It does not subsidise the arts, although I obviously welcome more funding for the arts under this Labour government. It does not displace or denigrate sport. It simply ensures that creative arts and culture are given the visibility that they so deserve in our national conversation. We have the best creative arts in the world, Madam Deputy Speaker, and one of the most vibrant scenes at all levels of society, particularly in my constituency of Rugby. And the honourable members. It's time that more people heard about this, heard about what's going on nationally, regionally and locally. Madam Deputy Speaker, creative arts bulletins would help bring about the mind shift needed throughout society to normalise, celebrate and promote participation in the creative arts and help embed them ever more deeply in our national consciousness.
The honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Adam Jogi, Jess Brown-Fuller, Kat Eccles, Bambos Charlambus, Peter Princely, Dr Simon Ofer, Dr Becky Cooper, Jonathan Davies and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
John Slinger.
Just encouraging.
Creative Arts and Culture, Broadcasting Requirements Bill.
Second reading what day?
5th of June, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The 5th of June. 5th of June. Ways and Means motion, Minister to move. The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I move formally.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Pension Schemes Bill. Consideration of Lord's amendments.
Now. I can inform the House that Lord's amendments 68 to 76, 78, 80, 84 and 86 engage the Commons financial privilege. If any of these Lord's amendments are agreed to, I will cause the customary entry waiving the Commons financial privilege to be entered in the journal. We will begin with the Government motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 1, with which it will be convenient to consider all the other Lord's amendments, Government motions and amendments as on the notice paper. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me start by thanking members of both Houses for their careful scrutiny of the bill before us today, and to the other place for their amendments, which we consider today, and in particular to Baroness Sherlock and to Lord Katz for steering of the bill in recent months. This is a complex bill, but one with a simple goal: higher returns for pension savers. And as I noted at second reading, this is a particular responsibility of this House because it is legislative action in the form of auto-enrolment that has got Britain back into the habit of workplace pension savings. We must ensure those savings deliver, overcoming the challenges of a system that is too fragmented and where there is insufficient focus on how hard people's savings work to support them in retirement. And a complex bill means something else: amendments. The Government itself has, as normal, brought forward changes in the other place that we today ask this House to endorse. The vast majority are technical, ensuring the legislation works as intended. Of the more substantive changes, I would highlight three. First, on superfunds, the Government has tabled amendments in the other place that will help to ensure that superfunds will not be forced to wind up when they still provide a high level of security to their members. Second, on the Atomic Weapons Establishment Pension Scheme, we are reflecting the reality that since 2021, AWE has been wholly owned by the Ministry of Defence. Its closely defined benefit pension scheme is backed by a Crown guarantee. Amendments therefore move it onto the same basis as other central government pension schemes. Members' accrued rights are, of course, fully protected. Finally, on value for money measures, amendments provide for provisions to be commenced via regulations to allow decisions about the introduction of elements of the VFM framework to reflect detailed design work and consultation. Madam Deputy Speaker, peers in the other place have, as always, provided useful scrutiny of the bill, so let me turn to doing justice to their amendments. First, the amendments to the Local Government Pension Scheme. Amendment 1 understandably tries to introduce an explicit prohibition on regulations about investment in specific assets or asset classes, or about the location of investments. This is duplicative, if you can say that, because a 2020 Supreme Court ruling effectively meant that LGPS regulations cannot provide such direction without a specific basis from Parliament, and there is no new provisions in the bill that would allow it to be provided. Amendments 5 and 6 relate to worries about excessive prudence in the valuation of the local government pension scheme, and I recognise the intent behind these amendments, given the importance of those valuations for decisions about contribution levels, and I can offer honourable members some reassurance on that front. The 2025 valuations look set to see the average employer contribution rate in England and Wales reduced by slightly less than 5% on average, a substantial reduction. Amendment 5 would introduce specific benchmarks for the next valuation in 2028, but the right way to learn lessons from this valuation is via the statutory review by the Government Actuaries Department, which will begin shortly. Amendment 6 focuses not on the LGPS's valuations themselves, but on facilitating employers seeking interim reviews between valuations. And I've heard calls for this from several members over the last few months. However, the Government has already committed to consulting on those regulations governing interim contribution reviews, reflecting the requirement in the Public Service Pensions Act to consult on changes to regulations, something this amendment would breach. Turning to small pots, I'm pleased to see there remains a strong consensus on the need to act here, given the cost to individuals, but also to the pension system as a whole of the proliferation of small pots. This is an area where work was begun under the party opposite. Amendment 13 probes the case for extending the dormancy period for automatic consolidation from 12 months to 36 months. And I recognise the intent here, but Madam Deputy Speaker, this would be a mistake. It would significantly prolong the period during which a pot remains both small and dormant, with members facing multiple sets of charges and the wider scheme membership continuing to subsidise scheme losses on such pots, which might total around £50 million per year. Of course.
Always in probably if I could declare an interest as a pensioner, but for the people who come to me, the pensioners who are maybe just a wee tad unsure about what's on offer for them, I think they're confused perhaps maybe with the people who give advice here to move a direction, and then somebody else will give them advice to move in another direction. What would the Minister and Government do to give the correct support and advice to those people who are hesitant or unsure about what to do with their pension pots at a time that's really, really important? I think we see many scams. We hear much happening in relation to it. So just to make sure that the pensioners in particular have the opportunity to get the advice that they need very, very much. Thank you so much.
Well, as always, the honourable member asks an excellent question. For people who are currently still working, I think it is important to keep the simple advice front of mind, which is people should be saving towards their pension. In almost all circumstances, not all, but in almost all circumstances, saving is the right thing to do. We have strong tax incentives in the system to encourage people to do that. So I think making sure that message is heard loud and clear, and I'm sure he does make that clear with his constituents. On the harder question, which is the advice for those reaching towards retirement and deciding how to use their pot, it is often right to take advice, and Money and Pensions Advice Service obviously exists to provide that to people, or some others choose to take it from other sources, not least from their providers themselves. But I think it is right that we are leaving currently too much pressure on individuals to manage those decisions alone, and that's why the default pensions parts of this bill, which again I think have cross-party support, are important in simplifying that journey for people. So yes, they can do what they want if they choose to do so, but they won't end up with a bad outcome just because they're faced with a kind of confusing situation in front of them. The onus will be on trustees and providers of pensions to navigate that for those individuals. But just coming back to small pots, I just want to make one specific point that was raised in the other place, which was worries about those who are taking career breaks, particularly for maternity leave, and maybe seeing a dormant pot for a period of time. And I want to reassure the House that paid maternity leave obviously does see contributions continue into pension pots rather than the pot becoming dormant, and there is the most important wider safeguard, which is the ability for anyone to opt out of their pot being consolidated exactly for this kind of eventuality, even though that would be in a very small number of cases. Madam Deputy Speaker, I now turn to the bill's reserve power on asset allocation, a reserve power that has one purpose: supporting better outcomes for savers, and one use case, underpinning the industry's collective view that delivering those better outcomes for savers over time is supported by a more diverse asset allocation. So let me spell out this a bit more. Let me spell this out a bit more, as I'm being encouraged to do so by the front bench opposite. There is strong evidence, not least internationally, that pension savers' interests lie in greater investment diversification than we currently see in the UK DC market. This is why 17 of the UK's largest providers designed and signed the Mansion House Accord, committing to invest at least 10% of their default funds in private markets by 2030. Now, these schemes are not acting, they're not just talking, they are acting, building up the capacity to invest in a wider range of assets. But while the industry is making progress, they have also spelt out a well-recognised collective action problem. An industry dynamic that sees competitive pressure to win and retain employers driving a narrow focus on keeping headline costs as low as possible, not on what matters to the employees, the net returns on their savings, which I think is what we all want to see schemes doing. Now, this risks a pension provider that is building the diverse investment capability to deliver returns for savers being undercut by a competitor making a virtue of not doing so, even though they know that is not in savers' best interest. The industry itself raises this issue, so it is not an abstract risk, because it has already happened. Under the previous government, the Mansion House Compact saw a narrower agreement on the importance of private markets signed. It was signed, but it was not delivered. And the question is, why not? Given that we all agreed it would have been good, why was it not delivered? Well, the industry has now published their own progress update spelling out why it was not delivered. What was the single biggest barrier to delivering on their commitment? In their words, it was market dynamics continue to focus on minimising cost instead of maximising long-term value. And without intervention to shift that culture, too much focus on cost remains the key barrier. That is the collective action problem in a nutshell. Solving it, giving the industry certainty that they can do what is in savers' interest because the rest of the market will move too, is the only purpose of the reserve power. That is why we cannot support the Lord's amendments that seek to remove it. To do so would be to let savers down, to ignore the strong consensus about what is in savers' interests, and to disregard the barriers we all know is holding back delivering against that consensus. A view spelt out by the previous Chancellor of the party opposite. Now, I have been clear that this is the only reason the reserve power exists. To reinforce that point, our amendments in lieu today spell out the power can only be used to support the industry's view of what is in savers' interests, as laid out in the Mansion House Accord. They do this into that the majority of savers' contributions are held by schemes that are signed up to the Mansion House Accord. I've just explained to the honourable member why he should be worried. He's happy to carry on with the status quo. We are not. Now, we're going to set this out in two ways. Firstly, specifying on the face of the bill that regulations under the reserve power cannot require more than 10% of assets to be held in qualifying assets overall, or more than 5% in the UK, exactly matching the Mansion House commitments. Secondly, our amendments require any regulations to implement the reserve power to be entirely neutral as between asset classes, spelling out that a future government that took a different view to this one could not use the power to direct investments into hand-picked asset classes. Madam Deputy Speaker, the existing safeguards in the bill also remain: the time limit, reporting requirements, affirmative procedure, and most importantly, savers' interest tests that allow pension schemes not to deliver against the reserve power requirements where that is not in their interest, savers' interest, to do so, of course.
I thank the Minister again for giving way. I've just been sent a request from a person back home, and I'll ask the question directly as it's put to me. Can the Minister confirm that the government revised investment powers would never be used to direct capital away from Northern Ireland infrastructure and small business in favour of national priority projects? Because that's the question I'm being asked. I need to ask the Minister that.
Well, if I understand the honourable member's questions, what we're ruling out is the ability for the power to be used for any purpose other than for the broad private asset class. So that would include questions of specific asset classes, but it would also include questions of geography. So I hope that gives the honourable member the reassurance that he is looking for. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, what is also in savers' interest is tackling the UK's fragmented pensions landscape. Scale matters, it reduces costs, opens up a wider range of investment strategy, and it enables more active asset ownership. These arguments are ones, I think, of cross-party consensus, and they lie behind the measures in this bill to require pension schemes to operate at scale in the years ahead. Unfortunately, that policy objective, motivated by ensuring savers get the best returns, would be undermined by Amendments 26 and 37, which seek to create more exemptions from the scale requirements for small schemes, and to do so in a way that would create ongoing uncertainty for years as schemes, regulators and likely courts debate whether the conditions for such exemptions have been met or not, a process that itself would impose significant costs on savers. Both regulators have also, as a result, expressed their concern that these amendments would be inoperable. I do, however, recognise the case made in this House and in the other place for the importance of both competition and innovation in the market, and that lies behind the pragmatic approach we have taken to achieving scale. Not only a pragmatic 25 billion starting point, but time for smaller schemes to reach this point, with the transition pathway lasting until 2035. And the new entrant pathway will provide a route for truly new and innovative disruptors to enter the market. This supports the policy intent of Lord's Amendments 35 and 43, which require the Secretary of State to have regard to innovation and competition when making regulations that support scale. These amendments are, however, largely duplicative, given that the bill already sets out that regulations under the clauses in Chapter 4 must take into account the conclusions of the review of non-scale default arrangements, and that review will consider innovation and competition. Turning from private to public pension schemes, Amendments 77 and 85 seek a review of the long-term affordability of public service pension schemes, a matter I'm sure that many members are interested in. The content of the proposed review, however, almost entirely overlaps with existing mechanisms through which public service pension details are reported, not least the Office for Budget Responsibility, their reports and the whole of government accounts. Reflecting major reforms over recent years, those mechanisms provide important reassurance that the cost of public sector pensions are set to fall significantly as a share of GDP in the years ahead. Madam Deputy Speaker, Lord Amendments 78 and 86 turn to the Pension Protection Fund and the potential for them to discharge their existing liabilities to members through a lump sum payment. I understand the sentiments of those in the other place who brought forward this amendment in recognition of the absence of pre-97 increases on PPF compensation. But this amendment would not achieve its intended objective of changing the level of compensation members are entitled to. Instead, the government is acting to improve the PPF safety net, with this bill providing for prospective pre-1997 indexation of compensation for members whose former schemes provided for those increases. Turning back to today's savers, we all want to see more engagement with pension savings. And I'm an optimist on this front. As DC pots grow, so will engagement with those savings. Lord's Amendment 79 seeks to support that engagement from the perspective of providers, instigating a review of marketing and member communication rules. But instead of another review, the government favours acting to make it easier for pension schemes to give high-quality support to their members. That is the purpose of the new targeted support regime, allowing schemes, for example, to suggest appropriate contribution and drawdown rates. In developing that policy, we have considered the interaction with the direct marketing rules contained in the Privacy and Electronic Communication regulations. As a result, the government has committed to take forward secondary legislation to amend those regulations. And we will also return to this issue as we develop default pension regulation through consultation later this year. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me just close by thanking peers for their scrutiny of the bill and for their discussions I've had with many of them about it. I've endeavoured to do justice to the amendments returned to us and particularly to the motivations for them. In aggregate, despite the divisions that the lobbies of the House and the other place exist to facilitate, we all want to see a flourishing pension system that delivers for savers, and this bill plays a major part in making that happen, supporting a landscape of bigger, better pension schemes focused on returns they deliver for members, and ultimately the comfortable and hopefully long retirements we all want to see our constituents enjoy. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. I call Shadow Secretary of State Helen Whateley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Who knew the Pension Schemes Bill would become so controversial? A bill about which there was so much consensus. A bill begun by one party in government now being continued by another. A bill that could have sailed through Parliament. But no, that was not to be. Because the government had an idea. A bad idea. Labour saw £400 billion worth of pension funds, the savings built up through years of successful auto-enrolment, and they were tempted. We can picture them looking at the pensions piggy bank and saying to each other, just imagine what we could do with that money. Put it towards some of the energy secretary's net zero schemes, perhaps. They have taxed the country to the hilt. They can't bring themselves to make savings on welfare. They've run the Treasury dry, so now they are coming for pensions. And they snuck in the power we talk about as mandation, under the auspices of a backstop to the voluntary Mansion House agreement. Well, 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 it really did not have to be this way. If only the honourable gentleman opposite had been a little bit more receptive to suggestions from other parties, or in fact from the pension sector itself. It is hard to find anyone who supports his mandation policy. Pensions UK, Pensions Management Institute, the Association of British Insurers, Aviva, BlackRock, I could go on, but they are all against mandation. And then any number of economists and respected voices, from Paul Johnson to Dominic Lawson, even his former colleague Ed Balls. In the other place, noble lords in their droves have sought to expose this policy for what it is. He should have listened to their debate, as I did, but listening, maybe not something he likes to do. He even blocked one respected industry voice, Tom McPhail, on social media, when Tom simply called out mandation for what it is, a dangerous power grab by the government. Give way to my honourable friend.
Thanks, my honourable friend, for giving way. Isn't the hallmark of every Labour government is that they will end up running out of other people's money? And when they do that, they end up borrowing. And when that runs dry, they end up eyeing up our pensions like Gordon Brown did. Now, my constituents and many people contact me are deeply concerned about the mandation powers in this bill and the impact that will have on their savings. Does my honourable friend agree that this is a real concern to us, and many people up and down the country are outraged at the powers that the government could do with their money?
Exactly.
My honourable friend is exactly right. And sometimes the Pensions Minister talks about this as all sort of technicalities. But the fact is, and the public can see it, this is about the government coming after people's hard-earned savings. Exactly. They think it's a pension pot they can mess with. We know it's people's own savings, and they do not know best. I said, don't just listen to us. Listen to the noble lords in the other place. Because the Minister has returned to this House after suffering 12 defeats in the other place. 12 defeats. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is what happens when a government puts its fingers in its ears. This situation is entirely of the Pensions Minister's own making, because there is a great deal of common ground here. Across this House, we want pensions policy to move forwards. We have shared ambitions for our pension system, like boosting pension pots through increased pension scheme scale and a greater focus on returns rather than minimising costs, like greater transparency and consumer engagement in the size and performance of pension pots, and a system which works better for people with terminal illness. Despite all the consensus, his bill is still far from the finish line. Madam Deputy Speaker, returning to the First Lord's amendment, which the government is seeking to eject from this bill, the mandation powers, I can say to the honourable gentleman, I have no disagreement with the objectives of the voluntary Mansion House agreement. On the contrary, I want to see more investment in the UK and higher returns for savers in default pension schemes, and there's widespread support for those objectives. But even he should have realised he couldn't get away with saying this is just a backstop to the Mansion House agreement when the mandation power in his bill was so glaringly different. Back in December last year, I warned him that mandation wouldn't wash, but he didn't listen, and that's why I fought this every step of the way, along with the pension sector, along with my colleagues on the front bench behind me, and the noble lords across in their chamber who resoundingly rejected mandation. So the Minister is now back here with his tail between his legs and has changed his tune from "it's all fine, nothing to see here" to the 3 amendments reluctantly tabled last week. Now, I recognise the direction the government is trying to move in, to rein in the power it is taking and to make it look more aligned with the voluntary Mansion House Accord. But the fundamental problem remains unresolved, because at its core, this bill still gives the government the power to direct the investment of people's pension savings, and that, as a matter of principle, is wrong. Madam Deputy Speaker, pensions belong to savers, not the state. Pension fund trustees are not there to fulfil manifesto commitments or chase political pet projects. They are the custodians of people's life savings. The bill gives the government the power to force people's pension savings to be invested in so-called qualifying assets, irrespective of the judgment of pension fund trustees, irrespective of what this could mean for returns and therefore retirement incomes, and irrespective of whether it's in the interests of savers. Now, the Minister may now point to limiting figures, 10% in qualifying assets and 5% in the UK, and present this as progress from the previously unlimited, undefined power. And it's true, it is a little less bad. But let me be clear, if it is wrong in principle, it does not become right in small doses. And there is a further problem. Even on its own terms, the drafting of the amendment may well not do what the government intends. As currently written, the amendment refers to assets held in default funds of the scheme as a whole. This may sound technical, but it actually matters. The Mansion House Accord applies only to main default funds, and this wording goes further. That means the 10% requirement could apply to a much broader pool of assets, expanding the policy well beyond what the Minister says he intends. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what do we have? We have a policy that is wrong in principle, unclear in practice, and broader than the voluntary agreement it claims to reflect. And that does go to the heart of the problem. The government is trying to turn a voluntary agreement into something it was never meant to be. And the differences between this bill and the voluntary accord are not minor, they are fundamental. The Mansion House Accord applied only to its signatories, but this mandation would apply across all default auto-enrolment funds. The Accord was a two-way agreement, commitments from the sector matched by commitments from the government, but mandation applies regardless of whether the government delivers on its side of the bargain. And most fundamentally, the Accord was voluntary. Mandation is not. This will be the law. And a voluntary agreement ceases to be voluntary the moment it is backed even by the threat of compulsion. The industry supported a voluntary accord. It has not supported mandation. The industry wants more investment in the UK and higher returns for savers, as do we, and so, say the government, do they. But by forcing pension funds to do this, rather than fixing the underlying problems with UK investability, the government actually risks lowering returns for savers and therefore their future incomes. Once the government has the power of mandation to force investment in the UK, does anyone think they will still be motivated to make the UK a better place to invest in and to do business in? Let's just watch as they look for extra taxes they can slap on businesses or extra red tape that they can tie them up in. Now, the Minister has told the House that he has no intention of using mandation, that it is merely a backstop, a reserve. But the government's own briefing on this amendment, accompanying their amendments, tells a different story. It says what will happen, not if, but when the government uses the mandation power. I urge him to look at it. Look at the wording. It says not if, but when. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is not the language of a government that intends to leave a power sitting quietly unused on the statute book. In fact, once this power over pensions rests in the hands of ministers, it will not sit idle. At every budget under this Labour government, as growth flounders, unemployment rises and public finances deteriorate, just watch the Chancellor reach for the mandation lever. The Rubicon will have been crossed. To be clear, if, and I say if, Labour succeed in forcing this through, when the Conservatives are back in government, we will repeal mandation because your pension belongs to you, not the Chancellor.
Exactly.
Madam Deputy Speaker, let me turn to the scale requirement in the bill and Lord's Amendment 26, tabled by my colleagues in the other place. Their amendment makes a simple point. Size can bring benefits, but smaller, well-run schemes should not be forced to merge if they're delivering for members. What matters to savers is performance, not sheer size. That is why the exemptions proposed in the other place matter. They recognise that good governance, competition and innovation should not be squeezed out by a blunt rule. I will also turn briefly to Lord's Amendment 77, calling for a review into the cost and sustainability of public sector pension schemes. This is not about criticising public servants or taking away pensions that have already been earned, but we should also be honest about how these pensions are financed. Unlike most private sector pension schemes, public sector defined benefit pensions are largely paid from current taxation, not from investment funds built up over time. As the public sector workforce grows and people live longer, the cost of those commitments will inevitably rise. Yet the true scale of those liabilities is not always clearly visible in our public finances. The OBR estimates the long-term liability at around £1.4 trillion. This is why there is a strong case for a serious and transparent review, one that examines long-term sustainability and also considers fairness between generations, because the commitments made today will ultimately fall on future taxpayers. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government was defeated so many times in the House of Lords that I will not test your patience by setting out the arguments on every single one of the amendments. I urge the government to heed the points already made and make the concessions that would improve this bill. And when it comes to the deeply flawed mandation plan, let's tell the public the truth. Socialists always run out of other people's money. First they came for earnings, then they came for your savings, and now for your pension. The principle at stake here is simple. Your pension belongs to you, not the government. It is not a piggy bank for ministers to raid when they run out of money. Conservatives see the world differently. Your pension is your hard-earned and hard-saved money for your retirement. We want higher returns for pension savings. We want more investment in the UK. But the way to do that is not to force the hand of pension funds, but to make the UK a great place to invest in, back businesses and grow the economy. So I say again to the Minister, listen to the industry, listen to the other place, and listen to us. There is a strong consensus behind much of this bill. There is much like in it, and there is still time to fix it.
Exactly.
I'll now call Debbie Abrahams, followed by Steve Darling. Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I have to say I'm a little bit surprised by the opposition front bench's contribution. I understand that Pensions UK have agreed in relation to the asset allocation and have actually welcomed the change that has been announced in line with the amounts prescribed in the Mansion House Accord. So I really don't recognise what the Honourable lady has said. Some of the accusations I have to say about stealing pensioners' money, by the government stealing pensioners' money, are just scaremongering, which really you've had. Exactly. So, I mean, if my honourable friend would like to intervene on me, I'd be very happy if he wants to sort of say how ludicrous that is. But it can't not go. This is scaremongering. It's dangerous scaremongering. I have to say, given that the government presided over a doubling of pensioner poverty during their time, I think they should be quite ashamed of themselves, really. Could my honourable friend in his closing remarks, could he clarify in terms of where the UK stands in terms of current pension providers' investments in UK assets? As I understand it, we are quite low down the rankings. So in terms of we are one of the countries that is in the 5% range, whereas I think we join Canada and Norway in that, compared to, for example, those like Sweden and Switzerland who are investing 10% in their country's investable assets. They are, and then at the high end we've got Australia, Hong Kong, Japan, 20% or more. So if you see, I think it's my turn to speak. If you then compare how we are disadvantaged by that, then perhaps we could reflect on that. So I'll be supporting the government, but if you could clarify the points that have been made. I also, and you won't be surprised in that, just take a brief opportunity to mention about pre-1997 indexation. Now I know it's not in the list that was selected, but it was part of the overall list amendments that were debated. I know he has done a huge amount already in terms of providing that indexation, but if I could put on the record that that members of the FAS scheme, the Financial Assistance Scheme, a very elderly group, and they were particularly disadvantaged by the changes that came in, and there are fewer and fewer of them. I know it's difficult, but given the appalling financial circumstances that this government inherited and the difficulties at an international level that we are facing, but when opportunities allow, I do hope he will do the right thing by those members. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I now call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For many people, a pension is their second largest investment against their home. But also, we must reflect there are many people who could only dream of having a private pension who face the challenges within their lives of the current cost of living crisis. For us, as Liberal Democrats, we want to make sure that pensions work effectively for those who invest in them, and there is much to be welcome within this bill. And I would like to share with the Chamber a personal reflection, because I know my father, he feared poverty in his pensionable age, and he saved massively because he saw this poverty with his own father. My father was a lorry driver. But sadly, he wasn't as financially literate as maybe some other people, and he kept his
savings in shares, and then the stock market crashed in 2008, and his money was virtually wiped out of his savings for his pension. There are greater safeguards now around this, so perhaps that wouldn't have happened, the mis-selling that he felt he had at that time and that poor advice that he received from advisors. But this makes significant steps in the right direction for that. However, as Liberal Democrats, we want to see our economy working well, and a well-working economy is a lack of state interference in direction of investment. It's right that we should, as a state, be encouraging investors where to go and have appropriate schemes to guide them, but that idea of direction is anathema to us. We have seen almost a nervous twitch from this government repeatedly, whether it is the Fraud, Error and Recovery Bill or whether it is facial ID on our streets, of giving more and more powers to ministers, and that disturbs us. We would like, as Liberal Democrats, we are planning to vote against the government amendments in respect of Amendment 1 and 15, particularly around mandation. Because mandation is the dead hand of government on growth for people's pensions particularly, and it goes against our free economy approach. We would also highlight that whilst the minister may be a reasonable individual, who knows? This clock is ticking. We spent many hours, the clock is ticking on this government, and it may be 2 or 3 years, and we have a new government in post in 2 or 3 years, and we only need to look over at the other side of the Atlantic of what democracy can throw up. As far as that challenging approach to that mandation that we could be giving a future government that we don't know the colour of, and that reassurances from the minister here would not be worth a candle of those approaches. We fear that going ahead with this would be feckless and dangerous for our pensioners. Another area, and I know my colleague from Wokingham is going to be touching on this a little bit later on, is pension scandals. And this was mostly a missed opportunity of pension scandals to be addressed as part of this big behemoth of a bill. But there is an Amendment 78, which the government is sadly opposing, on the AEAT pensioners, and this is a small step in the right direction for the injustice that these pensioners have suffered. I'd remind people that the PAC committee drew from the National Audit Office, where they highlighted that civil servants were poorly advised by government as far as the idea of transferring this to the private sector. Many of those AEAT pensioners have significantly lost out financially. So I would call on the government to reflect on that and just make that small step in the right direction. But we will be voting against the government's amendment. And then colleagues have alluded to size and scale of these pensions. It's mostly to be welcomed, but it shouldn't stifle innovation and that positive opportunities for people to invest on new projects, those disruptors that could change positively for there. So there are 3 amendments that we'll be voting against the government on a little later on to make sure that there is that opportunity for those disruptors in a positive way to come forward and drive new ways of investing for our pensioners up and down the United Kingdom. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to focus my remarks around Lord's Amendments 1 and 27, which I believe would seek to limit the government's ability to direct pension schemes away from what I regard as high-risk assets with an uncertain future. Now, ministers will recall that I put forward a series of proposals as the bill passed through this House, including on the divestment from fossil fuels, which is what I want to focus on this afternoon. The local government pension scheme currently invests over £16 billion in fossil fuels. So we can see quite clearly that the voluntary approach to divestment has failed. Ordinary working people's wages, their hard-earned savings, are being channeled even now into accelerating a climate crisis that hits the global working class the hardest. These amendments, I believe, would prevent the government from setting down binding targets on certain investments, which in turn make it politically harder to bring down investments in fossil fuels. We know there is no retirement for any of us without a livable environment. It sounds obvious, but that reality is not reflected in how pensions are currently managed. And the government knows this. Ministers in the other place acknowledge that investments in thermal coal, one of the most harmful fossil fuels, were high risk both from a climate and financial viewpoint. It's bad for the planet and bad for pension holders who need stable, long-term investments. This country removed thermal coal from the grid in 2024 because it has no future. But alarmingly, we know that from written questions that neither the government nor the pensions regulator has a clear picture of how much is still invested in this soon-to-be stranded asset. Even funds that are held up as leaders on climate, such as Borders to Coast and the university's superannuation scheme, have hundreds of millions of pounds invested in thermal coal. That's why we need to get a grip on this issue. There are no existing requirements on schemes to report on any fossil fuel investment, and hardly any do so voluntarily. The first step is full transparency on these investments, followed by decisive action to phase them out. So I'm asking the Minister today if he will commit to writing to the biggest 50 pension schemes to get more detail on their level of thermal coal exposure. And will he follow it up by setting a time-bound expectation for schemes to exit these assets, starting with thermal coal? Now, this may seem to some like a distant issue, but if workers are left exposed to stranded assets in their pensions, they will not forget politicians who chose to look the other way. Now, this bill was a major opportunity to redirect billions in workers' pensions away from arms manufacturers and fossil fuel giants and into investments that benefit the very people who are paying in. That means green energy. I will.
My honourable friend for giving way. He's making a very eloquent and serious speech. Would he agree with me that in addition to fossil fuels, we have local government pension schemes that are exposed to industries and assets that the constituents rightly consider deeply unethical? In addition to fossil fuels, tobacco companies, arms producers that are complicit in genocide, and other companies are exploiting nature or constituents for profit. Would you agree with me that there should be an ethical investment policy that covers all of these unethical investments?
I thank the honourable member for his question. In fact, I raised something very similar when the bill was passing through this House earlier. That means, I think, that the investments that we could make through our pension funds could go into green energy, which I think is the growth engine of the future, as well as, I would argue, affordable and social housing, which is so needed in this country. And it should be underpinned by greater democracy in our pension funds, so workers themselves have a say in where their money is invested. And I believe if that were the case, they would certainly choose not to put it into arms manufacturers or fossil fuels, but into decent homes for them and their communities. Now, the crisis in the Middle East has exposed the fragility of our dependence on fossil fuels. A break in the supply chain thousands of miles away has a catastrophic cascading effect here, driving up costs and deepening the cost of living for our constituents. Would you like to make an intervention? Okay. That is why we must accelerate the transition away from fossil fuels, which some on the other side seem to disagree with. We must deliver long-term energy security and bring down bills on domestic green energy. But not only that, in this moment of deep crisis, the government must pull every lever it can to lift the weight of the cost of living crisis, and that must include gearing our pension funds towards a fairer, more prosperous future. Thank you.
Katie Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend and neighbour, the member for Faversham and Mid-Kent, has repeatedly and effectively highlighted, the mandation power in this bill is a shocking power grab. She is also right to say that, regardless of the apparent guardrails that the government has now introduced, this is still totally indefensible. Those in the other place are absolutely right to return this to us to reconsider, and it is in support of their Amendment 15 that I will speak today. The power to direct investments is not just flawed in its implementation, though it is wrong in principle. When people put aside money for their retirement and entrust it to a company to manage, they very reasonably expect their savings to be invested by whatever company they've chosen, in line with whatever instructions they've given about their preferences and risk tolerance. Shockingly, but perhaps not surprisingly, this government does not agree. Instead, they think that government ministers should have the power to direct pension investments. They want to give themselves the right to direct private pension providers to make decisions which are not in the best interests of their clients. If ministers think that people's money should be invested in British assets, even if this will leave them with less money in your retirement, this bill will give them the right to force private companies to invest accordingly. You can work hard for a lifetime, save a little at the end of every month, and at the stroke of a pen, ministers will be able to decide where that money goes, even if that means that you will end up with less. The government is right to identify that British assets are not always the most attractive investments. But the solution is not to just force people to invest in them anyway. It is to make the British economy a better place to operate and grow, to allow people to take risks and to allow businesses to do what they're good at, so that people choose of their own free will to invest here. The money that people earn belongs to them. It is theirs to do with as they wish. It is not simply a tool that this government or any government can use to achieve their ideological aims. That should be true of every pound that people earn. It is a complete farce to suggest that by limiting the extent to which ministers can mandate how people's money is invested, the government has addressed concerns about this mandation power. These so-called guardrails will be cold comfort to people across the country who are worried about whether they will have enough money to retire comfortably, and who are worried that their efforts will be frustrated by government ministers pursuing ideological aims. I hope that ministers across the House will reject, and that members across the House will reject this power grab altogether. It cannot be right to punish those who work hard and save what they can.
Chris Vins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister and Shadow Minister for opening this debate, a debate which I wasn't expecting to be quite so lively. So I'll try and add a bit of animation to what was initially going to be quite a dry speech from me, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I should say, I know, hard to believe, I know, but I promise you I will mention pensions in Harlow at least half a dozen times to make up for it. I rise, Madam Deputy Speaker, to speak in opposition of Lord's Amendments 6 and 77. But before I do that, I would just like to say that I welcome this legislation, which will boost the income of pensioners receiving minimum pensions through a workplace scheme by the largest possible amount. One of the many things that this Labour government are doing to support pensioners in my constituency, Harlow, that's one, with rising living costs. This, coupled with fixing our NHS after years of austerity, protecting the triple lock pension, which means the new state pension increasing by £575 this year and basic state pension by around £440, and also launching the largest pension credit drive in history, which I think we will all agree is hugely important. With regard Lord's Amendment 6, this Lord's Amendment, which I'm sure is absolutely well-intentioned, requires the government to carry out an interim review of employers' contribution rates and for the Secretary of State to publish guidance. However, as the Minister said in his opening statement, this Lord's Amendment is redundant because this is something that this government will have already committed to and will do so later in the year. I'm going to make the next bit a little bit more racy just to entertain people and speak in relation to Lord's Amendment 77. I'll take you back, if I may, to the summer of 2010 when I was in a pub with a friend of mine, I won't mention his name, and he turned around and said to me, "You've got a gold-plated pension, you teachers." And it always frustrates me when there is, and I'm not saying this is necessarily the intention of this amendment, but I think this is what this amendment absolutely could do, create a divide between those people receiving public sector pensions and those people receiving private sector pensions. And I would say that actually those public sector workers, including teachers, I did used to be a teacher, there's the next, the Chris Vince bingo card is, on the, is going well today, work incredibly hard and actually contribute a huge amount to their pensions. Now it doesn't mean, of course, that it absolutely isn't right to review public sector pensions. We have to do that as a government, and that's the right and proper thing to do. But I think it's also worth bearing in mind, going back to what I said about Lord's Amendment 6, that we already do that. So I'm sure there is some well-intentionedness about Lord's Amendment 77. However, once again, it is redundant, and I would really just generally say to people who would be tempted to criticise those receiving public sector pensions, the duty, surely, of a government shouldn't be to make public sector pensions worse, but surely it should be to make private pensions better so that everybody has the opportunity to save and be successful in their retirement. To finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to make a few cheeky requests to the Minister while he's in his place. I see the Shadow Minister chuntering over there. I'm going to be very nice to him because he's got fantastic hair, and also the fact that and also, Madam Deputy Speaker, last time I spoke in this place, he kindly said I made a really good point, which was incredibly kind of him. It must have been by mistake, who knows? But my two requests of the Minister are just really to continue to work with the Secretary of State for Health, because actually the number one thing that pensioners in my constituency of Harlow, I think I've only mentioned twice in this speech, talk to me about is the importance of our NHS. And when we talk about Princess Alexandra Hospital in Harlow and the wait times that pensioners have had to face, I'm delighted that we are seeing those wait times coming down, because actually we not only want our pensioners to be able to save, to be financially stable in their retirement, but also to be healthy again. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the other thing I mention quite often when we talk, and particularly we spoke in this House, and apparently I made a really good point about final salary pensions. I think it's really important, and actually a point that the Liberal Democrat spokesperson made, that we have so many people in Harlow who are unable to save for pensions. We all know about the cost of living crisis. I'm not getting into a blame game, but we recognise there are challenges in terms of the cost of living, huge challenges for constituents in Harlow, and actually they are living day to day. They can't even begin to think about saving for a pension. So my big request to the government would be to consider how we can ensure that those people who aren't able to save for a pension are able to do so. Because what we don't want to be a situation, I've seen this myself working for a homeless charity in Harlow, people who didn't save for their pension and having real challenges in later life. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful for being called in this debate, and it sadly reflects the interest of the House that there are so few of us here in what is actually a debate about one of the most important elements that's going to affect our constituents, our friends, our neighbours, in fact, even our own futures. Because pensions are rather more than just a saving scheme. They are actually that thread that binds generations. They are the remarkable invention of our ancestors who found a way of making sure that the energy and the innovation and the force of the young could be tied to the assets and the education and the experience of the old. And it's that bond between generations that makes pension saving so special. And that's why I must say, while I welcome much of what this bill does, I fully align with my right honourable friend from Faversham on her points on mandation, because what this bill does in that one small area is repeat an error that was made nearly 30 years ago. And that was an error that was made for very understandable reasons, at a very tense moment in pension savings, when we just had the Mirror Group newspaper scandal, we just had the Equitable Life scandal, and the government took upon it powers that were entirely reasonable at the time to de-risk some of the private pension market. Now that de-risking, very gently at the beginning, moved savings from equities into bonds. Now, right in the early days, it didn't make much of a difference. It took it from 19.1 to 19.3 and so on as a percentage of bonds in an investment portfolio. Now, that was the intention, to just very slightly de-risk. But of course, the accumulation of time means that what has actually happened is that the bond market, or rather the bond element of a pension has grown, so that now in the UK it's roughly 60%, whereas in Australia or Canada, similar economies, it's roughly 20%. Now, this is a real problem. And it's not just a problem because it means that pensioners are getting a lower return, because they're getting the return based on the debt of the country, not of the energy of young people. It's a problem because young people aren't getting that energy, that lifeblood that they so vitally need when they're starting their lives. Because let's look at the difference between equities and bonds. The truth is, bonds are fundamentally dead money. They are money taken by the state or held by the state in ways that pay back over 5, 10, 15, 20, in fact a couple of times over 100 years. And equities are something fundamentally different. They're not predictable, that's true. They do have risk, that is also true. But what they are is they are a bet on the energy of the young people in our community. They are that bond, they are that ligature between generations that fundamentally makes a community strong rather than tearing it apart. And so what we've seen over the last 30, 40 years, or sorry, 20, 30 years, is we've seen those bonds erode. And what is the result? The results are a slower growing economy. Why? Because there's no assets to invest. There's no water for the crops, if you like. There's no fertilizer for the soil. And what else have we seen? We've seen young people moving away because they don't have the opportunity to start their business, or when they start their business, they don't have the opportunity to go to the next stage. We see an amazing startup culture here in the UK, but immediately you hit Series A and B, people go to California, they go to America, they go to a Delaware Corp, and they go and they get foreign money. And that again and again and again is because the state, for very, very understandable reasons, for entirely principled reasons, made a decision to take authority off savers in order to protect them. And I'm afraid that's what the Honourable Member is doing again today. Now, I understand his point. I mean, I do understand why he feels that he needs to take this power, because he feels that the government has a role in making sure that pensioners get a better deal. I get that. And he feels that the best way to do that is for the state to exercise its authority over a market system. I understand that. But the problem that he's got is a very fundamental one, which is actually the only way you achieve the connection between generations and communities, the only way you get that life flow of the living blood of an economy, the equities market, rather than the dead hand of the state through the bonds. The only way you get that is in a free market. And what he is doing by putting his hand on the tiller, by putting his finger on it, on the scales, is he is changing that. And the incremental change over time is going to do much greater damage than he fully appreciates today, despite his best intentions and despite the intention of this bill. And that's why I will not be supporting the government today.
John Milne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, can I just give my support for the words of the member for Oldham East and Saddleworth earlier with regard to pre-97 pensions and that long-standing scandal. It's a great injustice. It does feel like successive governments, including this one, sadly, are just waiting for the problem to literally die away. But today I would like to speak to Lord's Amendment 79, which aims to ensure that pension schemes can offer robust guidance without falling foul of the new regulatory landscape this bill will create. The Liberal Democrats remain committed to ensuring that this bill works for individual savers. Of course, it must work for our economy and for industry, but it must first and foremost help the little and less saver. That requires ensuring savers have access to decent, relevant guidance on their pensions, because without guidance, choice does not translate into good outcomes. The reality is that engagement with pension guidance for the average person is, to put it simply, woeful and worsening. Around 90% of defined contribution pots are accessed without any engagement with PensionWise. Uptake of the service has fallen by about 4% since 2018, despite the fact that PensionWise is demonstrably successful. 9 out of 10 users say that they would recommend it to others. That context matters because in 2015, the introduction of pension freedoms represented a significant opportunity to ensure guidance could be offered to far more people. Individuals were given responsibility for spending their pension savings, but that was often without a clear understanding of the tax implications or the consequences for later life. Since then, from 2015 to 25, many, including the Work and Pensions Committee, have argued that this was precisely the period when an auto-enrolment style trial for guidance should also have taken place. The government itself recognised the scale of the problem in 2022 when it introduced a stronger nudge towards PensionWise. That followed a Department for Work and Pensions report which showed a marked increase in drawdown products being accessed without guidance, rising from 5% to 30%. That over half of the transfers were out of pension products, are often driven by mistrust, and that lower income savers were disproportionately negatively affected by drawdown use compared with higher earners. Yet even then, the opportunity to trial automatically booking guidance appointments, something which was backed by the Work and Pensions Committee and Age UK, was not taken. Now the landscape has changed again. This bill reshapes the regulatory framework in a significant way, including through the introduction of defaults for pot holders. That makes this moment another opportunity to ensure that as many savers as possible receive good quality guidance. But that chance will be missed if guidance is not properly embedded alongside these reforms. Defaults will fundamentally affect how savers interact with their pensions. That means that the government must provide urgent clarity, not just for savers, but for schemes and trustees as well. Schemes need clear and concise guidance on how defaults operate and on what advice and guidance they can lawfully provide so they're protected from future legal challenge, ambulance chasing or scandal. Equally, savers themselves will need support to navigate what is often a collection of multiple pots with multiple defaults and varying outcomes. What should not happen is for a default system being put in place without updated and clearly defined guidance alongside it. That would risk encouraging passive defaulting while alternatives are not properly explained or understood, which might act to supercharge the existing problem of disengagement rather than solving it. At the very least, we must ensure people are given the opportunity to engage. And while the dashboard's imminent introduction might address some of these problems, it is not a silver bullet. The Department for Work and Pensions and the Minister have set out a roadmap for reform. But the big glaring hole in that roadmap is access to guidance. So I ask the government to ensure that guidance is explicitly part of the plan, to set out clearly what role the Money and Pensions Advice Service and free, impartial guidance will play for savers who want it, and to consider whether alongside the necessary secondary legislation that the Department could publish a clear statement on the role of guidance in both the default and savings journey of pension savers. Thank you.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wish to speak to Lord's amendments on mandation
Lord's Amendment 15, and ultimately what they still fail to address, the long-standing injustice faced by almost 1 million pensioners. The Chancellor's decision last year diverted attention with her announcement of the restoration of indexation to 250,000 pensioners in some of the schemes in the PPF, while 250,000 now have their indexation back. 90,000 in the PPF do not. In addition to the 90,000 who have lost out, there are 139,000 in the financial assistance scheme. Some of these pensioners were once part of the civil service where functions were privatised. I specifically refer to members of the AEA Technology and Carillion PSPS scheme who were promised that their civil service pensions would be honoured after privatisation. Imagine being legally cheated out of your pension by your country's government and then ignored when you plead your case. And finally, 750,000 in private defined benefit schemes, the pre-1997 pensioners who have also lost out. We're talking about 979,000 people, almost 1 million pensioners who have lost out on regular increase for the whole part of their pension, or part of their pension. The Pension Schemes Bill is trying to paper over an enormous crack in our national pension framework. Ministers themselves have acknowledged a problem for pre-97 pensioners. Most recently, the Minister confirmed that around 17% of defined benefit pensioners have not received discretionary increases. I would add, in some cases, for nearly 30 years. It is not a minor anomaly. Many have lost more than half of the real value of the pensions that they have earned. Many will not live long enough to see any redress, but their survivors will receive a fraction of the pension at a time when food costs are projected to go up by 9% this year alone. And who knows what's going to happen with energy costs. What is particularly difficult to justify is the piecemeal nature and inconsistency of the government's approach. The government has been entirely willing to mandate how defined contribution schemes invest, yet remains unwilling to mandate even basic fairness for the 17% of defined benefit pensioners whose sponsoring companies are following the law and avoiding doing the right thing. The Lord's amendments return us to a bill that makes it easier to extract surpluses from defined benefit schemes. The Minister tells us that the trustees will be in the driving seat. But for the pre-97 pensioners, trustees have never been in the driving seat. In most cases, trustees cannot compel discretionary increases. They cannot even advocate effectively for those who have already lost out, and they cannot override employer decisions. The imbalance is clear. Employers decide, trustees administer. Trustees are told that it is not their role to seek to change benefits for pre-97 pensioners. So what's the value of a trustee? Surely
give sufficient protection for pensioners in terms of governance of trustees and equitable distribution of any surplus from defined benefit schemes.
Thank you very much for your intervention. For the pre-1997 pensioners in companies like Hewlett-Packard and many others, the trustees are not able to act on behalf of the pensioners because a board, usually in the USA, says, no, we're not going to give you a pension increase. Even though the trustee are saying you should have it, the board, often in the States, says no. Now I'll try and find where I was. So what's the value of trustees? Surely not just to be a rubber stamp for boards of directors usually based in the USA. To ease surplus extraction without first addressing this injustice risks locking it in permanently. It's the wrong thing to do. Once surplus is removed, there may be no realistic prospect of restoring the value lost by pre-97 pensions. There won't be any spare cash available to restore their pensions. The spare cash will have gone to the company with the Minister's blessing. The Minister said during the adjournment debate on the 19th of March that there was a need to build the evidence base, but decades have already passed. Why has this not been done before? Pensioners are dying every week at a rate of 15 per week. Delay at this point is not neutral. It is a choice to delay, deny, wait until they die. These pensioners have families. What message does a pension failure send to young people about the security of pensions? If this House can legislate in detail on how pensions are invested, it can legislate to ensure that surplus extraction does not come at the expense of those who have already borne nearly 30 years of erosion. So I end with a direct question for the Minister. Will the Minister commit to ensuring that secondary legislation requires that each scheme seeking surplus extraction must have an independent professional examination of the effect of pre-97 pension erosion, and that funds will be withheld to ensure restoration of full pension value for pre-97 pensioners? Thank you.
Alison Griffith.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is a simple question running through what we're debating today. Who is ultimately in control of people's pension savings? Because when I speak to residents in Bognor Regis and Littlehampton, they assume the answer is straightforward. They assume their pension exists to deliver the best possible outcome for them, not to serve a wider policy aim, not to be steered from the centre. And that is why Lord's Amendment 1 matters. It does something very simple. It removes the ability for ministers, through regulations, to require schemes to invest in particular assets, particular sectors, or in particular places. It sets a clear boundary. It says those decisions sit with trustees, acting in the best interests of savers. If the government believe in the strength of their growth agenda, they should make the case for it. They should create the conditions for investment. But they should not need a reserve power to lean on pension funds if that case does not land. That same concern sits at the heart of Lord's amendments to Clause 40. Those amendments strip out what is known as the asset allocation requirement. In plain terms, they remove the mechanism in the bill that would allow ministers to set conditions on how pension schemes invest their assets as part of the approval framework. We are told that these are only backstop powers, powers that may never be used. But if that is true, why fight so hard to keep them? Why remove amendments that simply government has, in effect, acknowledged the issue by proposing limits in lieu, caps on how far they might go?
For now.
But that does not answer the underlying question. It just manages it. Because this isn't about whether the number is 5% or 10%. It is about whether that power should exist at all. And there is a broader point here. Bigger schemes and consolidation can bring benefits, but only if they improve outcomes, not if they are driven by a single model applied from the top down, not if well-performing schemes are pushed into structures that do not suit them. Finally, I want to turn to Lord's Amendment 77. This requires the government to publish a full review of public service pension schemes within 12 months. Not just their cost, but their long-term affordability. their sustainability, and whether they are fair across generations, a point made so well by my right honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge. This is not a controversial ask. It is basic due diligence. People in my constituency are thinking about their own retirement, about what they can afford to save, and about the pressures on public finances. They expect us to be doing the same at national level. So taken together, these Lords' amendments do something really quite straightforward. They protect savers from unnecessary interference. They keep decision-making where it belongs. And they ask the government to be transparent about the long-term picture. I do not think these are unreasonable tests. And I do think this government is wrong to strip them out.
Yeah. Minister, if you're ready, Minister Torstenbow.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're always ready to engage with exciting debates about pensions, and as the Right Honourable Member for Tunbridge encouraged us to be, he's absolutely right to say that far more members should be enthused enough to come and talk for as long as possible about pensions. I think you did, and we're about to try exactly that. And I want to thank members from across, hoping not to rise to 2 hours, Madam Deputy Speaker, but somewhere between. It's close to that. To thank members from across the House and indeed from the other place for their thoughtful contributions to an important debate. I'm going to avoid trying the House's patience only with regard to reiterating the reasons why the government does not think that it's right to accept amendments that are either unnecessary or that undermine policy intent. But instead, let me respond in detail to the important points that honourable members have made on both sides of the House. Let me start with the Select Committee Chair, who asked specifically about what international evidence on asset allocation tells us. Two things stand out. The first is that the UK defined contribution market has an unusually low allocation to private assets, for example, compared to the similar schemes in Australia. And the second is the point that she raised, which is they have lower home bias, which I think is also the point that was raised partially by the honourable member for Tunbridge. Those two are related. You tend to see higher levels of home bias in investments that are in private assets than you do in public assets, for all the obvious reasons about the comparative advantage that comes from knowing more about your home market. I also recognise the argument she made about the PPF and the FAS. Her powerful campaigning on the issue and raising it through the Select Committee is obviously one of the reasons why we have acted in a way that previous governments and previous pension ministers have not done so. I'll give way.
My honourable friend, going back to the asset aspect of our debate, I just came across some new analysis from New Financial which showed over the last 10 years UK equities allocation by DC pensions has fallen from 25% to just 5%, and they argue that this has helped create a self-fulfilling doom loop of lower demand, lower valuations and lower performance. They argue that an increase in allocation to UK equities would have delivered performance that was broadly in line with or better than the performance most pension providers managed to deliver. I mean, it really does make his argument for him, but I wondered if he wanted to comment on that.
Minister Bannon.
I thank the Select Committee Chair for that. The organisation she raises has been consistently making these cases. In fact, the opposition front bench, the honourable member for Wyre Forest, has raised their work in some of those debates, including in a Westminster Hall debate just a few months ago. So it is an important thing to think about. Some of that reflects increasing international cross-border investments, but she's absolutely right to highlight that we see a lower level of home bias amongst the UK's defined contribution schemes. Of course.
To the honourable member for giving way on that very point. One of the challenges we've got with defined contribution schemes, as he knows, is that so many of them are parcelled out in much smaller volumes than one would have liked, and when one compares them to things like Canada or Australia, again, we get these super funds in certain countries and not in the UK. While he's correct that this means that you get slightly lower bias, you also get significantly less growth in the UK market because you have less capital flowing. So this is both an argument for young people and old. And I think it's just worth, I know he'll understand it, but it's worth making that link because pensions are just as much about funding youth as they are about sustaining age.
Well, I absolutely agree with the last point that he's raised. I'm planning an extensive discussion on his wider points about the investments in equities versus gilts shortly, if you'll bear with me for 5 seconds. But I think it's an important one to raise, and it's an important one for us to all make sure, we may not agree, but to make sure that we've aired properly. The honourable member for Torbay started with a powerful story about his father that I'm sure will have resonated with many honourable members. The point he's making actually makes the case for the diversification that the Mansion House Accord itself is aiming to drive. I know that may not be the intention of his argument, but I think that is the point it makes. I think it also reinforces the importance of default pensions as a way of making sure that we're supporting everybody, allowing people to make their own choices, but making sure that there is a good option for everybody as they approach retirement. He did, of course, raise mandation. I'm not going to lie, his words were a combination of disappointing and a bit confusing. He said it was anathema to him what was being proposed in the bill. He's going to be absolutely horrified if he goes and reads the Lib Dem manifesto from the last election, which required investment managers to direct investments into particular assets. I leave him and his conscience to wrestle with that tension. The rest of us are not surprised by the Lib Dems' attempt to sit on a fence and falling off it. He more importantly and usefully raised the case of AEAT pensioners. I absolutely recognise the argument he made. That particular case, but the more broad set of cases of schemes that have entered insolvency and entered the PPF is exactly why this government has acted in a way, as I say, that previous governments, I'm afraid, including the coalition government, chose not to do so. That was also raised by the honourable member for Wokingham, who in addition to that, touched on surplus extraction and the question of its interaction with pre-97 indexation in solvent schemes that are currently not choosing to pay indexation. I absolutely agree with his problem diagnosis, and I've met many of the pensioners who have been affected. I've gone out of my way to do so both locally and nationally, including with many MPs. All of us would feel the same in their situation. I am less pessimistic than him, and specifically I think he underestimates the role of trustees. He is right to say that there's nothing in this bill that gives trustees the power to override employers. That is true. What it does give is trustees a veto over any release of surplus. And trustees that want to put top of their priorities progress on discretionary pre-97 indexation in those schemes that have not done it now have that potential in a way they didn't before this bill passing. So I recognise the issue he's raising, but I think he's underestimating the change this bill can bring to some schemes. It's important to remember that there are some schemes not paying pre-97 indexation that are not in surplus. And so I absolutely recognise those are different situations that we are talking about. The honourable member for Horsham has been a active participant in the pension schemes bill debate at all stages and has appeared not to be horrified by that fact, and I think he deserves credit for it. He has consistently raised the issues of engagement and guidance, and I'm glad to hear him welcome the default pensions progress on the basis of that. He's absolutely right to raise the importance of getting that right, and that's exactly why we'll be consulting on the regulations, and I'll be happy to hear from him when we come round to do that over the course of this year. And we will also be updating the pensions work programme to set out the timeline for all these regulations to come through and the consultations on them in the near future, including this important one. As I say, he also has repeatedly come back to this important issue of guidance, and I look forward to our meeting with him, I think, next week on exactly that topic. It is important that we get that right in the months and years ahead. My honourable friend from Poole raised the challenges that all investors, actually, not just pension schemes, face in investing in a world where climate change is a reality. And that does pose challenges. I agree with him on that. I'm less pessimistic than him in some ways. One, because we've already come a long way. and you'll see that if you spend time talking to any investment managers in pension schemes, they do take very seriously the question about stranded assets and the rest that come from the points that he has raised. I'm also more optimistic because we see significant disclosures now being made by pension schemes, partly because of government regulation, but also because they're choosing to do so on their own behalf. I would say that the ability to invest in a wider range of private assets that will come with bigger pension schemes of the kind that the Right Honourable Member for Tunbridge has just mentioned and are important will aid the investment in the kind of infrastructure that he is talking about. But I should spell out for the point of transparency that the reserve power does not allow this focus on specific projects or sectors that he is encouraging it. I know he's aware of that, and I can feel his disappointment raining down on me, but that is the position of the front bench today. I'll turn to my I'll always give way to an.
I thank the Minister for giving way on that point. During my speech, I did ask a very specific question of him, which was whether or not he would write to the top 50 pension schemes to ask them about the scale of their investment in thermal coal, and I wonder if he might consider that in his response.
I'm not going to commit to writing 50 letters from the dispatch box, but I'll happily have a conversation with my honourable friend about it, as I always do. Right now, turning to my honourable friend from Harlow, who I was going to welcome, but unfortunately spent his entire remarks praising the honourable member for Wyre Forest Hare. They're showing both questionable judgment and the... no, obviously not some of the finest hair in the Parliament. We all appreciate that. Now, slightly more substantively, when he got past the honourable member's hair, he turned to the division between public and private sector pensions. I think this is an important one to dwell on. There have been big changes in public sector pensions under the parties, both parties actually, opposite. What he rightly made the case for, though, is that the priority is making private pensions better. That is what we should be all focused on. That is what we need to see. That is what the honourable member for Bognor Regis didn't quite touch on. We're focusing on levelling down pensions, whereas our ability is to level up to make sure that the younger generations, who are the ones that are invested in our defined contribution system, can be confident that it's delivering a comfortable retirement. I think we all agree about that. That's why we have the Pension Schemes Bill increasing the returns that are available within the defined contribution system, but it's also why we have the Pensions Commission, which again I think is a party of cross-party consensus, to look at the adequacy that leaves us with into the middle of this century and to return to the question of how we secure that adequacy, particularly for low and middle earners. He also rightly mentioned the relevance to pensioners of the NHS, even if not a huge relevance to this bill. Because if we're honest, the biggest betrayal of today's pensioners, not tomorrow's pensioners, is the state of our NHS, and that is what this government is in the business of turning round. And that is when we're debating in this House the question marks about tax rises that the party opposite would not like to see. It is those tax rises and the reforms that the Secretary of State is putting in place that are seeing waiting lists now consistently falling across the country. Now, I'll turn to the... I promised a discussion on the Right Honourable Member for Tunbridge's remarks, and I particularly liked his opening to his debate, not only the point that all MPs should care about pensions, not least because I think we're all planning to either, if we're not already drawing our pension, to hopefully be doing it for as long as we possibly... There's members of this House drawing several pensions, and they're to be encouraged to do so, working past the state pension age, contributing with their valuable expertise. He then focused on the question about how regulatory changes, partly in the 1990s, have driven changes in the investment behaviours. I think it's important to distinguish between, and we've discussed this on a number of occasions, I want to distinguish between a number of points. So the regulatory changes in the 1990s by the then Conservative government, motivated, as he said, by good worries about people trying to rip off their scheme members, will have introduced more of a safety bias into the investment strategies of those schemes at that point, and that will have had an effect over time. I think it is, when we're looking at the defined benefit market, which is the biggest by asset class, asset values at the moment, I do think it is important to recognise that that is not what's driving it today. What's driving it today is the maturity of the defined benefit schemes, the fact that the vast majority of them are closed, and therefore they are investing in a different way, and they wouldn't want to be as exposed to equities as I'm sure he is. So the question is about the defined contribution market, which is the future, not of the entirety of our pension system, but the majority of our pension system. And there the story is not the same. None of the regulations that flow from the 1990s acts relate to the defined contribution system today. And that's why it is important to have the debates that, until some of the kind of slightly over-the-top support views of the front bench until recently, we've been able to have about what would be the right thing in savers' interest. Because he's absolutely right. This is about what is the right investment strategy for savers' interest for the longer term. And that is exactly the debate. So I completely endorse what he said on that. I very much will give way.
And I'm very grateful for his words. It seems that we rather agree, and I do agree with him that the problem with the defined benefits is that it's addressing an ageing demographic, let's be frank. There is, however, a challenge, which is that because of those changes and because of the influence that it's had on defined benefits, it's also had some, I wouldn't overstate it, but some influence in the culture that's affected defined contributions, and therefore over bond asset heavy, if you see what I mean, on defined contributions in comparison to Australian and Canadian markets. Not to the degree that I was saying earlier of 6%, that's different. But it does mean that what we've got is a pensions economy that is more geared to an ageing demographic and then over-geared in other areas, again, to follow the lead of the defined benefits, which means that you're then seeing that strangling, if you like, that removing of live money and turning live money into dead money that is a net burden on the whole economy. So I appreciate that it's not quite as black and white as I'm painting it, but it is a challenge, and it's a challenge that's affecting the entire economy.
I absolutely agree about the focus he's putting on the generational challenges. I think I have a slightly different view on what the biggest one is. The biggest issue for younger generations is if they don't have faith in a pension system because they don't believe it will deliver adequate retirement incomes. That is the most important thing, and that is why this bill will aid the higher returns on those savings through a whole range of measures, but also why the Pension Commission is so important, to show those younger generations that we are looking ahead to their futures, and I think that will help with some of the issues he is raising. On the defined contribution side, again, I agree a bit less. There, what stands out in the defined contribution market is less the difference between bonds and equities, because you see a much wider range, you see a much larger share of asset allocation to equities in defined contribution systems. It's the exposure to private assets versus public assets. But I think there is a question about, if you don't have in place what we're trying to put in place with default pensions, you do see some people in defined contribution pensions lifestyling down, which means moving cash from equities into bonds.
Becoming a debate in this chamber, which is so rare. He is, of course, absolutely right, but the reason why I link the two is because the nature of the defined benefit removing assets from the UK equity markets has led to a much slower growth in the UK stock exchange, which means that the levels of return for UK equities is lower. So defined contribution trustees don't invest so heavily into shares, which means that you then have the knock-on when pensions need to have UK asset allocations because they want to have their savings in pounds for understandable reasons. They are then forced into a situation where they don't get the return off the FTSE 100 or 250, and so they end up being tied into government bonds. So you get that draw in a slightly different way.
Basically, yes, I recognise the risks that he's raising. Now, I think I should now turn to the Shadow Secretary of State, because well, it's not that I was confused; it's that I was worried. Because she used to be a calm and reasonable person, but something weird has happened. I fear that she has been infected by the existential angst of the modern Conservative Party, and a leader whose entire political strategy is to focus on being rude rather than being right. And this infection has left the Shadow Secretary of State desperately trying to tell anyone that will listen, and it's not many, that pensions are being raided and that there's a war on savers. Wow, those are strong words. There's just two problems with them. First, it's nonsense on stilts designed to scaremonger good savers. I'm afraid the honourable member has confused a conspiracy theory with a pensions policy, and that is disappointing. But there's a second problem, which is the lack of consistency and self-respect. Because if you really, really thought this bill was as dangerous as we've been told today, you would have fought it in the trenches. You would have opposed it every single step of the way. Oh, wait and see, you haven't.
I'm on my feet, Minister. very passionate speech, but you mentioned you, and I don't think I was involved in fighting with you in any trenches at any point, just for the record. Minister.
As a point of principle, I never fight with the Madam Deputy Speaker. It ends well badly for everyone. I would lose every single time. So the party opposite would have opposed it every step of the way. They would have been not just on the barricades, they would have built them, which is the exact opposite of what she did. What did the Honourable Member for Wyre Forest tell this House at the second reading? The Minister will be pleased to hear that there is cross-party consensus on many of the planned changes. Well, that was nice. That was nice. Well, no, we've got some more. And that was before the Conservative front bench, then in a less bonkers phase of life, nodded the bill through. Nodded the bill through that they now claim is some kind of end-of-days Armageddon. But let's be reasonable. Maybe let's be... I'm going to finish now. Maybe let's be reasonable. I'm going to make some progress. Maybe they just needed some time to think about it. So what happened at third reading? Because then we had a pleasure of the Shadow Secretary of State on that occasion, hadn't quite got to the frothing phase of her development. She said then at the third reading, there is a lot in it we welcome. It will help people manage their pension savings and get better returns. And she went on, so we will not be voting against this, we're now told, Armageddon bill. No, I'm going to finish. Now. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Secretary of State was right then, and she's ludicrously over the top now. This bill puts savers' interests first, as she well knows. And she knows something else that makes this faux crusading all the more embarrassing. Who are the politicians that have lobbied me to actually mandate pension scheme investment decisions? Tories, mainly in private, so I'll share their blushes, but one ventured out into the open. The leader of the opposition's own PPS, the Right Honourable Member for Salisbury, called me and others to the Westminster Hall just a few months ago. Why? Because he was worried about what he called my effort to hold back mandation. What was he worried about? That we weren't doing enough to push pension savers into UK investments. That is the truth behind all the froth today. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a bill that supports savers, that focuses on driving up the returns on their savings, and even the most overexcited members opposite know it is the right thing to do.
And the Minister gave a very passionate speech, but when one mentions colleagues in the chamber, one is meant to give prior notice. I assume that has taken place.
I apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker. I shall contact him. It is on the record, the contact comments in the Westminster Hall.
The appropriate thing to do is drop a note very quickly. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 1. As many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? No! Clear the lobby. Mr Gardiner may wish to take this battle outside the chamber. Aye. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Of the contrary, no? No. Tell us for the ayes are Deirdre Castigan and Nessel Caliscan, and tell us for the noes are Lincoln Job and Andrew Snowden. Order.
The ayes to the right, 278. The noes to the left, 158.
The ayes to the right, 278. The noes to the left, 158. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 5. I'll call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 5. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Observing the chamber, Miss Leadbeater. The question is, as on the order papers, may in that opinion say aye? Aye. On the contrary, no? No. Okay. Tell us for the ayes are Deirdre Castigan and Nessel Caliscan, and tell us for the noes are Lincoln Jopp and Andrew Snowden. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 269. The noes to the left, 103.
The ayes to the right, 269. The noes to the left, 103. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock.
You must be worried when the Labour government votes slipping away.
We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 6. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 6. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 13. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 13. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 15. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 15. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Opposition, clear the lobby. Sir John, when you're ready, we can continue. Mr. Iqbal Mohammed, marvellous. The question is, as on the order paper, as many in that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Deirdre Castigat and Nessel Caniscan, and tell us for the noes are Lincoln Job and Andrew Snowden. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 276. The noes to the left, 155.
The ayes to the right, 276. The noes to the left, 155. So the ayes have it, and not. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 16. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 16. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 17. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 17. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 18. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 18. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords Amendment 19. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that the House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 19. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 20. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that the House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 20. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 21. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that the House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 21. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords Amendment 22. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 22. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords Amendment 23. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 23. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords Amendment 24. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 24. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 26. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 26. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. The chair is on her feet and they should be seated. That includes you, Sir Julian. The question is as on the order papers. Many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no.
Never.
Extraordinary. Tell us for the ayes are Deirdre Castigan and Nessel Caliscan. Tell us for the noes are Andrew Snowden and Lincoln Job. order.
The ayes to the right, 269. The noes to the left, 162.
We're gaining.
The ayes to the right, 269. The noes to the left, 162. So the ayes have it, unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 27. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 27. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords Amendment 30. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 30. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lords Amendment 31. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 31. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lords Amendment 32. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 32. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lords Amendment 33. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that the House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 33. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lords Amendment 34. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 34. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lords Amendment 35. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Formally.
The question is that the House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 35. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Colleagues paying attention will notice that the chair is on her feet. The question is as on the order paper. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tenants for the ayes are Deirdre Castigan and Nessel Calliscan. Tenants for the noes are David Simmons and Paul Holmes. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 275. The noes to the left, 159.
The ayes to the right, 275. The noes to the left, 159. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 36. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 36. As many in that opinion say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 37. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 37. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 38. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that the House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 38. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 39. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 39. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 40. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 40. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 41. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 41. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with Lord's Amendment 42. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 42. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 43. I call the Minister to move the motion.
Move formally.
The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords in their Amendment 43. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Position. Clear the lobby.
No, just to get them out before she stands up.
The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tenants for the ayes are Deirdre Castigat and Nessel Caniscan. Tenants for the noes are David Simmons and Paul Holmes. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 273. The noes to the left, 159.
The ayes to the right, 273. The noes to the left, 159. So the ayes have it, unlock. We now come to the motion to disagree with the Lord's Amendment 77. I call the Minister to move the motion. The question is that this House disagrees with the Lords and their Amendment 77. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Colleagues should be seated. Mr. Lavery. Oh, I still can't hear. How much would I have to yell at him to hear? Are they? Well, I can still see you. You're looking at me, so it's clear you know what I'm saying. Thank you. The question is as on the order paper. As a main that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us what the ayes are Jade Bottrell and Stephen Morgan. Tell us what the noes are David Simmons and Paul Hose.